Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. My brother Jonah was moved into the adult ward at Mid-Hudson at the beginning of the month. It's a shame because in the youth unit the guards were softer and the environment was more controlled. Now that he's 18, they threw him into the main ward with deeply unstable grown adults, all deemed a danger to society by a system who saw my brother's case just the same. I think the judge intentionally paused a little too long between him saying, "not guilty," by reason of insanity. My parents didn't know what the full extent of that was. Their baby was still being locked away, but he's not serving time for a crime. He's there because a judge ruled him a danger to himself and others due to mental illness. He could technically be kept there for the rest of his life. He was 15 when they took him into Mid-Hudson Forensic Psychiatric Center in New York. The state originally planned to close this facility years ago because the old brick building was underfunded and falling apart. Instead, New York reversed the decision and recently completely replaced the old complex with a brand new state-of-the-art forensic facility. Jonah was moved to a brand new high-tech wing on his 18th birthday, where the sterile glass and bright lights and biometric locks make it feel impossible for a ghost to get in. Since he was found insane, he couldn't be punished as a criminal and therefore belongs to the mental health system instead of the prison system. I was a sophomore in college when my mom called. She and my dad received information that Jonah was severely injured while escaping a house fire. They were on their way to meet the ambulance at the ER. When I heard that, I filled my tank and I drove the 5-hour trip back home to be with everyone. When I got close to the exit, I called one of their cell phones to see if I needed to go straight to the hospital or wait for them at the house. My dad picked up this time, and when our phones connected, an absolutely hellish incident was taking place. When my dad answers, his words snap through my receiver over my mom screaming and crying in the background. It sounds like she's fighting with someone, and my dad's trying to get her to stop while simultaneously holding a conversation with me. It was short and simple. He yells, "Where are you?" I say, "Almost home." He says, "Stay there," and hangs up. Later that day, when I got to the house, Jonah wasn't with them. My mom came in, was sobbing, and couldn't form a sentence. My dad was behind her, told me that the police were at the hospital and were arresting Jonah for a double murder. When doctors released him, he went straight into custody. Before his sentencing, we visited him in a juvenile hall, and he told us his version of the story. I've always believed him, but the doctor just nodded in pity. And in the courtroom, the doctor spoke in a calm manner to the jury in a professional voice, using terms like severe trauma-induced psychosis and paranoia. They viewed Jonah's account as a coping mechanism for double murder. It was easy for him to sign the paperwork that locked him away. My parents said they believed him, but they didn't want to put up a fight when the judge officially wiped the truth and replaced it with a medical file. I knew the friends that Jonah was with, the friends that he'd been accused of killing. Their names, Dan and Porter. They all had such a tight relationship. My dad called them the Three Musketeers. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Jonah and Porter even did a music thing together. I guess you'd call Jonah the producer of the group. He made beats on his computer that Porter would rap over. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either, and they were having a blast doing it. Dan also found a contributing place in the musical act by being their social media photographer. They really were like the Three Musketeers. So when rumors would go around that it was all over a girl, I refused to believe it. Firefighters would locate the bodies of Dan and Porter inside a home that had burned to the ground. Their remains also burned beyond recognition. One of them had been locked in an upstairs closet, unable to escape the flames, and the other body was in the basement's rubble. Detectives were especially interested in that one because its legs had been partially consumed. All these sickening acts were placed solely on Jonah's shoulders, and he denied every one. He swears that he had nothing to do with their deaths, and his accounts of what happened has never changed. It's what put him in Mid-Hudson and keeps him there to this day. He says that it was Dan who'd driven them out there. He wanted to do a photo shoot in an abandoned house he knew about. It was hidden in the deep woods within the dense timberland. They'd park the car outside of the house, go inside to explore before unpacking the lighting gear and the generator. The house had 2 floors and a basement, all of them split up in search of a cool place to take photos. Each of them was equipped with a little flashlight to help navigate around the darkness. The house had been abandoned for years, grass a mile high in the front and backyard, and tucked away down a gravel road that had been consumed by nature around the time the house did. Jonah says that the fire started in the basement, where Dan was. He bounded up the dilapidated wood steps toward the first floor where Jonah was. Hearing the commotion, the two would meet at the basement door, just as Dan was nearing the top of the stairs. Jonah explained how he opened the door right as Dan was lunging for it. The whole basement was bright with fire behind him, and it too began to climb the stairs. When Dan's outstretched arms would miss the door handle, his hand landed on Jonah's shoe with a misplaced grip that almost pulled him off balance. With both arms pushing against the frame of the door, he looked down at Dan. His pants and the back of his jacket were fully engulfed as he tried to crawl the remaining steps. He was still holding onto Jonah's leg for leverage when their eyes met. Dan said, "It's biting me." His words were barely heard over the roar of the flames, and Jonah watched helplessly as his friend's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he screamed out in agony. Dan went limp, and his grip on Jonah was loosened. In an act of ungodly will, Dan's body levitated off the stairs for a brief moment before he was violently pulled into the encroaching flames. A black plume of smoke returned through the stairwell, and it burned Jonah's lungs as he inhaled. He slammed the basement door, and its unsatisfying pop confirmed a thin barrier was all that separated him from the fire. This returned the small room he was in to black, except the vibrant orange glow that grew from under the door the closer the flames got, until the choking black smoke began billowing in. Jonah was forced to leave Dan in search of Porter. He had been up exploring the second floor, and as visibility made navigation even more difficult, Jonah finds the staircase leading to the second floor, and ignoring his better judgment, he runs up the stairs, trying to skip as many steps as possible as he leaps to the hallway of floor 2. Out of breath, Jonah still tries to call out for Porter when he hears pounding from a distant room. Following the muffled noise, it leads him to a bedroom, one that a tree had fallen into. Opening the door, Jonah could see to the outside. It was still the cloudless, cool spring night that he'd remembered when they'd first set out that evening. The cold breeze was welcome distinctiveness from the increasing filling of the house. Porter's voice got his attention. It was dampened, like the pounding was, and Jonah narrowed the sound to what was the walk-in closet of the bedroom. As he got closer, Porter sounded in hysterics. In between the pounding with his fists, Porter desperately scratched at the door with his fingernails, trying to free himself. Jonah calls out to let Porter know that he was there. Half of the room had been destroyed, caved in by the humongous tree trunk. Its large branches stretched in all directions, forming a sharp obstacle course one that Jonah had to duck and maneuver around in order to get to the closet. Porter responds to Jonah's call and begs him to unlock the door. However, midway through the branches, he hears Porter's voice again, and this time it's coming from directly behind him. "The house is on fire. Where's Dan?" Jonah turned around and saw Porter staring back at him with a face drenched in sweat and panic. "We gotta go, man," he shouted to Jonah as the voice from the closet pleaded for Jonah not to leave. But it was the trickle of smoke, the smell of no way out slowly trapping him, that made his movements void of hesitation. When he got to his feet, he followed Porter back through the upstairs corridors to the stairs as the second floor darkened with smoke that would soon be fire. "Where's Dan?" Porter asked again, and Jonah could only say, "He's gone," while grabbing Porter by the shoulder when he slowed down to look in the rooms. There was an unspoken surge of primal urgency when life and death became a coin toss between steps. The fire consumed the wallpaper and was close to the ceiling when they got to the stairs. Jonah put the front of his shirt over his face as he cautiously stepped down the stairs, fearing it would collapse. When the boys reached the first floor, they ran in opposite directions of each other, both thinking that they knew the right way. Porter yelled to Jonah, telling him he'd found a way out, but that was impossible because Jonah had found the front door. It was the only way in or out of the house. The doorknob burned Jonah's hand when he grabbed it, but he was able to withstand the pain enough to rotate the handle and open the door. He turned around and looked back in. The fire had now claimed the stairs where they had just been. Any time wasted would have been a death sentence. He sees Porter's silhouette begins to emerge from deep in the smoke, walking toward the open door. An ember landed on Jonah's sleeve and caught it on fire. He turned to get away from the burning house, diving into the yard in an effort to smother the flames that burned from the length of his wrist to his shoulder before it was quelled, but not before leaving second and third degree burns up his arm. Jonah sat up in the grass. He was close enough to feel the heat that was carried by the wind from the house, along with the smell of charred cedar and melted plastic, the acrid perfume of a ruined history. Fire glowed from every window and opening the house had to offer. The front door hung open as fire began to spread out on the porch. There, Jonah sees Porter standing very still in the doorway, unbothered by the fire around him. He stared back at Jonah with this sinister grin that contorted his face into something unrecognizable. Then, Porter gave a wave like, "See you later," before he walked back inside the house and closed the door behind him. After witnessing this, Jonah got to his feet and ran to the car. There was nothing he could have done. The Corolla doors were unlocked, but Dan must have kept the keys when they got out. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jonah's vision began seeing double. He knew his condition was deteriorating. Instead of feeling sorry for himself, he pulled himself back out of the car and just ran. He ran as far as he could until exhaustion made him collapse. The prior smoke inhalation did a number on his lungs, and his ribs, they cramped as they tried to take a breath. What laid before him was an endless stretch of two-lane highway and vacant headlights. He'd forgotten if they'd taken a left or a right off the highway. Both ways looked identical. Jonah chose and didn't stop walking. Daylight would come before the fire department. The fire had grown large enough for someone somewhere to have seen the smoke and called in about it. Jonah was just lucky that they drove in from the direction he'd chosen to walk, or he might not have gotten the help that he needed. Regardless of his sanity prior to this, the years of numbing drugs and psychotherapy have broken something inside of him until he's just matched the diagnosis. But I know that's not him. I know it's something else entirely. I just can't prove it. I worked in hospitality for 31 years. Hotels, inns, bed and breakfasts, a historic plantation house outside of Charleston that had more atmosphere than sense. I've seen the inside of more old buildings than most people see in a lifetime, and I guess I want that on record before I tell you what happened at the Eliza Thompson house on Jones Street in Savannah, Georgia, sometime in early spring of 1994. I don't have stories from all the places I've visited over the years where I've worked, but I've got a story about the Eliza Thompson house. I was nearly 52 years old. I'd been in housekeeping my entire adult life, and I was good at it. Efficient, thorough, unbothered by the particular demands of very old buildings, which have their own personalities and their own ways of making themselves known. Creaking floors, drafty hallways, the way rooms hold cold no matter the season. A lot of old buildings are that way. I'd worked alongside all of it without incident for 3 decades. And I'm not someone who frightens easily. I'm not someone who imagines things. I'm as practical as they come. I took the position at the Eliza Thompson house in January of that year. Beautiful property on Jones Street. One of the oldest houses in the historic district, built in 1847, carrying every one of those years in its bones. The inn was elegant, well-maintained. The other staff were good people, and I liked the work. I liked the early morning hours especially, arriving before the guests were up, moving through the quiet rooms with the city still dark outside. The satisfaction of setting everything right before the day began. It was my favorite. The basement was part of my regular routine. Supply storage, linens, cleaning products, paper goods. Essentially, inventory that needs restocking before the first guests come down for breakfast. I'd been down there dozens of times before anything happened. Low ceilings, smell of old stone and cleaning product. Functional, unglamorous, nothing that I ever gave much thought to beyond the task at hand. I knew the history of the building in the general way that you know the history of any place you work. Pieces gathered from coworkers, from guests who ask questions, and from the atmosphere of a city like Savannah, where the past sits right on the surface of just about everything. I knew the house had seen the Civil War. I knew the family who'd built it had had their fair share of tragedy. What I learned later, after I'd already left, was the fuller story of the basement. The tunnel that had once connected to the Savannah River. The sailors who had come through it and never come back. The things that had happened in the dark below the elegant parlors and the carefully made beds above. Part of me wishes I'd known before. I might have been more prepared. It was early morning in March, not yet 5 o'clock. I came down the basement stairs the same way I always did, with the lights on, supply list in hand, nothing on my mind but getting the linen cart stocked before 6. I pulled what I needed from the shelves along the far wall, and I loaded my cart, turned to go back. And then I heard something from the far end of the basement, beyond the shelving units, from wherever that old tunnel entrance had been sealed off and forgotten. A sound that I've spent about 30 years trying to describe accurately even to myself, and falling short. The closest I can get to is, it was low, it was wet, and it was not made by anything that belonged in that building or in that century. This wasn't an animal sound exactly, not a human sound, really. Something between those categories that my body understood only as a threat before my mind had finished processing it. I didn't run. I'm a 52-year-old professional woman. I walked to those stairs at a pace that I was keeping deliberately steady, because something told me that running would make it worse. I got to the bottom of the stairs and I started up. And I could feel it behind me now. This wasn't a presence exactly, or an atmospheric unease. This was something physical, something with proximity and intention, close enough that the air between us felt compressed suddenly, close enough that I could hear it moving on the concrete behind me. I was 3 feet from the top, steps, when I heard a growl. It was guttural, but it was a growl. There's no other word for it. Low and close, directly behind my left shoulder. I took the last 3 steps faster than I intended, and I reached the top and I felt something close around my ankle. A hand, or the shape of one. Fingers, and grip, an unmistakable intention. I pitched forward hard. I caught the door frame with both hands, and I stood there at the top of the basement stairs, breathing in a way I hadn't breathed since I was a girl and genuinely frightened of something. I didn't fall. Whatever had me, it didn't pull or drag. It just held briefly, long enough to make its point and then let go. I handed in my notice that same week, told the manager it was a family matter. I've never told anyone what actually happened at the stairs. Not until right now. 30 years later, I'm only writing it down because my niece encouraged me to. I worked in old buildings for 31 years, and I retired from the last one with my nerves and my dignity mostly intact. The Eliza Thompson house, that was the only place I ever left without a proper goodbye. I was 15 at the time and completely drawn to this tiny shop. One that smelled like incense and old wood, made you feel like you stepped sideways out of the regular world for just a few minutes. I bought 3 things: a small jewelry box with a tarnished latch, a ring with a dark stone that I couldn't identify, and a crystal necklace on a thin chain. I paid $18 total, and I carried them home in a paper bag, feeling rather pleased with myself. I arranged them on my dresser that night, the jewelry box in the center, the ring inside of it, the necklace draped over the corner. They looked exactly right together in the way that felt satisfying without me being able to say why. The feeling I got from them at first was different than how it would end up. 3 days later, I'd hear this growling. It was low, intermediate. It was coming from the direction of my dresser. I don't have pets. I told myself, it's our house, settling, something outside. I checked each of these explanations thoroughly. I eliminated them one by one over the course of a week. But the sound continued, always from that corner of my room, always at night. And then, the dreams. I don't remember the details of them clearly, except for one element that was consistent across every single one: something at my ankles, pulling, biting. That sensation of small, determined teeth, working at the thin skin above my heel. I'd wake up with my heart going, and my feet pulled up under me instinctively, already away from the edge of the bed. The 3rd morning I woke up from one of those dreams, I sat up and I looked at my ankles. There were marks, both of them, small, paired, the shape of something that had pressed into the skin with pressure and intention. It wasn't broken, not quite, but visible. Fading by noon, but there when I woke up, which was the part that I couldn't rationalize no matter how hard I tried. I didn't want to involve my parents. I remember that. Maybe it was because I was 15. Maybe it was because they were pretty terrible. But that was the calculation that I kept making. Whatever this was, it was manageable on my own. It was mine. Bringing adults into it meant questions I didn't have answers to and concerns that I didn't want directed at me. I held out for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of the growling and the dreams and the marks, and also the growing certainty that the paper bag from the incense shop had brought something into my room that had no business being there. I decided this when the jewelry box made an appearance in one of my dreams. It was the focal point, all I could stare at, all I could look at, despite feeling something biting at my ankles. It's like I couldn't look away. On a random afternoon, on my way to school, I wrapped the jewelry box and the ring and the necklace in the paper bag that they'd come in. I put them in an outside trash can, right outside the 7-Eleven, and then I went to school. My room already felt better when I returned, and the growling, it stopped that night. I slept without dreaming for the first time in 2 weeks, and my ankles were clean in the morning. I've never been able to explain any of it, but I've thought about it for years. What was in that jewelry box? Who wore that ring? Or what did that crystal absorb? Who had owned all of this before? I don't have answers, but $18 bought me 2 weeks of something that I wouldn't wish on anyone, and the very specific lesson that old beautiful things sometimes come with something extra, something you didn't pay for, that you can't return. I still like curiosity shops. I just don't buy stuff from there anymore. I was 11 years old, and I thought having a basement was the coolest thing imaginable. We didn't have one. Our house was a slab foundation ranch, and I'd always been fascinated by basements the way kids are fascinated by things they don't have access to. Like they must be full of something worth finding. So when my parents left for a funeral out of state and I stayed with my friend Stevie for a week, the first thing I noticed was the door off the kitchen that led downstairs. Stevie didn't mention it. Looking back, that should have told me something, but I was curious. It was the third night, and we'd already done everything 2 11-year-olds could do during an unsupervised week. A lot of television, not enough sleep, cereal for dinner twice. I asked about the basement, and Stevie said that there wasn't anything down there, which I took as an invitation rather than a deterrent. She followed me reluctantly, which I also should have read better than I did. It was a regular unfinished basement, concrete floors, exposed pipes, a washer and dryer against one wall, some boxes stacked in the corner. I remember being faintly disappointed. I'd built it up into something more interesting in my head. We stood at the bottom of the stairs, and I looked around. Stevie stood very close to me, in a way that she always stood when she didn't want to be somewhere. And that's when I felt something across my upper back, right shoulder blade. It felt like a scratch, slow and deliberate, like something dragging across my skin with intention. This wasn't a brush, and it wasn't Stevie. I gasped and I spun around. There was nothing behind me, nothing within reach. The nearest box was 4 feet away. The burning started immediately, that specific heat of broken skin radiating outward from 3 parallel lines that I couldn't see, but I could feel, like a cat scratch, but bigger. I asked Stevie to look. She lifted my shirt and went very quiet. Then she said we should go upstairs. Her voice was different. It was careful and flat. In retrospect, it was the voice of someone who knew something. We went upstairs, and she helped me clean the scratches and put her mother's antiseptic on them. We didn't talk about it that night. The next morning, I finally asked her why she never went down there. Had this happened before? She shrugged. She didn't know if she could tell me the truth, but I told her she could. She said that she just didn't like it, that she'd never liked it, that maybe when she was smaller something like that happened. She said when she was little, she would hear things down there. Her parents would tell her it was the pipes, but she knew it wasn't the pipes. I stayed for 3 more days. I didn't go back to the basement. I still have a faint scar on my right shoulder blade. 3 lines. I believe Stevie didn't like her basement for a very good reason, and I lost my fascination for them shortly after. I drove past the old park last spring. I don't know why I went that way. I hadn't been down that road in years, maybe decades. It was one of those mornings where you make a turn without quite deciding to, and you find yourself somewhere that you didn't plan on being. There's a strip mall there now, a nail salon, a sandwich shop, one of those cell phone stores. A parking lot with painted lines and a handicapped space near the door. Nothing that would tell you anything had ever stood there before. I sat in my car in that parking lot for a while, and I thought, if I don't say this somewhere, nobody will ever know it happened. Connie is gone. I don't know where. My children were too young to remember any of it. My husband has been dead for 11 years. Whatever happened in that little corner of Peabody, Massachusetts in 1962 is sitting in me and nowhere else. I'm 74 now, and I found this podcast and thought, here, this is where it goes. We moved into the park in late summer of that year. My husband Terry had found us a spot on the edge of the property. Newer section, good neighbors, close enough to his work that we could manage on 1 car. Our kids were 4 and 6. It wasn't a glamorous life, but it was ours, and I was proud of it. You have to understand what Boston was that summer. I don't know how much the younger people listening know about the Boston Strangler. 11 women killed, all of them in their own homes. No sign of forced entry. The city was terrified in a way that's hard to describe now. Women were double locking their doors. Hardware stores sold out of window locks. My mother called me every week just to tell me to be careful, and I always said I was, and I always meant it. I checked the windows every night before bed. I kept a hammer under the mattress on my side. I was afraid in a specific way that a young woman feels with small children in a city where something was hurting women in their homes. And then something came into my home that had nothing to do with any of that. The first time it happened, I was washing dishes. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon, kids napping, Terry at work, the radio on low. I felt someone touch my shoulder, not a brush or the ambiguous sensation of a draft. It was a hand, deliberate, brief, specific weight, pressure of a hand placed on a shoulder. I spun around so fast, I knocked a glass into the sink. The trailer was completely empty. Back door locked, front door locked. Both windows in the kitchen closed against the September heat. I stood at that sink for a while before I went back to the dishes. I didn't tell Terry. And I'll just say it wasn't that I thought he wouldn't believe me. It was that we were living in a city where women were being killed in their homes, and I had children sleeping 20 feet away, and I could not afford, practically speaking, to be frightened of something I couldn't name on top of everything else I was already frightened of. So I filed it away. I told myself what you probably tell yourself. Old trailer, settling. My nerves were wound tight. The times were what they were. I think it's easier to gaslight yourself with the unexplained. It happened 3 more times over the next 2 months. Always when I was alone. Always a touch. Once my shoulder again, once the back of my hand while I was folding laundry. It's not a threatening touch, or a lingering one. It's brief and obvious, but then it's gone. The feeling afterward was not quite fear. more like this awareness of being in a space that someone else was occupying. Someone who meant no harm, but whose presence I hadn't agreed to. I started paying attention to the trailer next door. Connie had moved in that same summer, a few weeks after us. She was a few years older than me, had children of her own, worked nights doing something. She was vague about it. We were friendly the way the trailer park neighbors are friendly. Coffee some mornings, watching each other's kids in a pinch. A sort of closeness that people living 30 feet apart with thin walls between them have. She was warm and funny, and I liked her. She also kept her lights on all night, every night, which I noticed because our bedroom window faced her trailer, and the light came through our curtains. I asked her about it once, kindly. She smiled, and she said she didn't like the dark. I left it there. In the fall, I noticed that she seemed tired. Maybe not sick exactly, but someone not sleeping well. I asked if everything was all right, and she said yes, fine. Just a lot on her mind. I believed her. I had my own things on my mind. I asked if she wanted to talk about it, and she shrugged. Told her if she did, I was here. She left in December, packed up quickly, sent her kids to stay with her mother, was gone inside a week. She came to say goodbye, and I hugged her on a little step outside of her door. She held on longer than I expected. I asked if she'd be okay. She said she thought she would be now. I didn't know what she meant. I found out from another neighbor about a week after Connie left. She told me the whole thing over coffee. She told me all about a figure that Connie had been seeing in her trailer since summer. A man, enormous, nearly 7 feet tall, long coat, a hat that he never removed, standing in her kitchen sometimes, sitting on her counter, standing at the foot of her bed in the early morning hours, staring. Connie had kept the lights on because she couldn't see him with the lights on. She could feel him, but she couldn't see him. That was somehow better for her. I sat with my coffee and thought about the hand on my shoulder. I don't know what was in that little corner of Peabody in 1962. I don't know if whatever visited Connie ever came into my trailer, or if what touched me was something else entirely. Something quieter and smaller that had nothing to do with this enormous figure with the long coat next door. Maybe the land held more than one thing. Maybe it held nothing, and we were two frightened women in a frightening city, and our nerves made something out of nothing. But I do know what a hand on my shoulder feels like. I've known it my whole life. And what touched me in that kitchen was not my imagination. And it was not the city's fear, and it wasn't Albert DeSalvo. It was something that has no name that I know of. In a trailer that no longer exists. In a parking lot where nobody would bother to look. Which, I guess, is why I'm saying it. I've lived in Los Angeles nearly my whole life, 60 years. I know this city the way that you only know a place that you're born in, completely, almost, definitely. I know which freeways to avoid and at what hour. The way the light changes in the fall, in the winter. That particular gold that doesn't exist anywhere else. I have raised children here, buried friends here, watched neighbors transform so many times they bear almost no resemblance to what they were when I first saw them. I was 17 when we arrived from Paris. My parents, my younger sister Martine, and me. My father had work. There was no room for sentiment. It was just the reason. My mother was not happy about it and never fully pretended otherwise. But she was practical too. Her generation of women was. They had learned to be. And so she packed the apartment on Rue de la Roquette into boxes and followed her husband across an ocean without making too much of it. Martine and I were at an age where everything felt like an adventure or a catastrophe, depending on the day. Sometimes both simultaneously. In Los Angeles in 1965 was certainly something. The scale of it, the light, the way everyone seemed to be moving towards something just slightly out of frame, but in reach. We took a house on El Centro Avenue, Spanish-style, single-story, low white architecture. It was everywhere in that part of the city. My parents took the master bedroom. Martine and I each had our own rooms, and from the outside, it looked like exactly what it was supposed to be. A family settling in, making do, beginning again. I noticed something was wrong the first night. Now I'm in my 70s, but I've had 60 some odd years to think about it. I still don't have the language that feels entirely adequate. But it was a feeling. I guess it's the feeling of being monitored, observed, by something I couldn't locate. I lay in my new bed in my new room in this enormous foreign city and felt, with a clarity that had nothing dreamy about it, that I was not alone. I told myself that the strangeness of everything, it was just the move. We'd been in Los Angeles for 4 days. Nothing was familiar, not yet. Not the sounds, not the air, not the way the darkness fell. When everything around you is new and slightly wrong, how do you identify which wrongness is the one that matters? That was the question I couldn't answer. That was the question that kept me quiet for longer than I should have stayed quiet. Martine came to me some days later. She hadn't slept properly since we arrived. She described the same feeling, the observation, the sense of a presence that had no body that she could find. We sat on the edge of my bed in the afternoon light and compared notes in whispered French and arrived at the same place. We didn't know what it was. We didn't know how to explain it. And we absolutely could not tell our parents. That was not as irrational as it sounds. My mother was already homesick, and I mean in a way that she was working very hard not to show. My father, he was under enormous pressure. In a new country, navigating everything in his second language. The first thing either of them needed was their daughters telling them the house felt wrong. And beyond that, beyond the protectiveness, there was the simpler problem of not trusting ourselves. We were in a place where everything felt slightly off register. How could we be certain this wasn't just us? Two French girls in California, unmoored from everything familiar, manufacturing strangeness because strangeness was easier to name than homesickness. So we managed it. That is the word I use now, looking back. We managed it the way that you manage something you can't resolve. Hardly. Martine started lighting a candle each night before bed. Neither of us discussed why. We both understood it was not for ambience. The weeks passed. The presence didn't leave. We learned to exist alongside it. After all, it couldn't be fixed. We built routines around it by not looking directly at the thing that you're afraid of, by telling yourself each morning that last night wasn't as strange as it felt. But then, my mother saw it. She told me about it the next morning in the kitchen. Her voice controlled. She was shaken, but refusing to show it. She'd woken up in the night to a sound, movement, she thought, between the two beds. When she looked up, there was a man standing there. Young, she said, not old at all, and she could see through him. She said, carefully, as if testing whether I would challenge it. She could see the space between the beds, right through the center of him. She gave a cry, and he was gone. That was the morning Martine and I finally told her everything. My mother sat at the kitchen table and listened to all of it, the weeks of it, really. The candles, the nights, the sounds. She didn't say what I was afraid she'd say. She didn't tell us that we were imagining things. She was quiet for a long time, but then she said that she wished we'd told her sooner. And then she made more coffee, and that was that. She found someone who knew about things. My mother was good like that, always meeting people. A medium. Though my mother would not have used that word. She was Catholic and preferred her own vocabulary for it. What this woman told us was that a young couple had lived in the house before us, that they had died there together, that whatever had kept them in those rooms was something unresolved between them and the world that they'd left. I've thought about them for nearly 60 years. I don't know their names. I only know that they were young, that they made a choice that brought them to that house and kept them there, and that 2 French girls lighting candles every night was the closest anyone had come to acknowledging them before my mother decided that they deserved better than to be ignored. She prayed for them every night for weeks. It was this stubborn devotion of a woman who had crossed an ocean and was not about to be defeated by something that hadn't even managed to stay alive. My mother had opinions about what the dead were owed, and she was not shy about acting on them. One night, Martine and I were both awake. We knew without saying so that something was different. There was a genuine stillness in the house that hadn't been there before. It was just a house. Ours, finally, all the way through. I still live in Los Angeles. I still live, in fact, not very far from El Centro Avenue. Though the neighborhood has changed so many times, I barely recognize it. Martine went back to France in her 30s. She always missed it more than I did. My mother died here, which I think would have surprised her younger self. It's impossible not to think about that house sometimes when I drive past that part of the city. 2 young people who stayed somewhere that they should have been able to leave. My mother, who decided they deserved someone to pray for them. Martine and me with our candles and our whispered French and our very determined refusal to make our parents' hard year any harder. We were so young. We didn't have the words for what we were living with, but we managed it. Quietly, together, and without letting on how frightened we actually really were. Not much different than living in a foreign country for the first time. I've been a professional choral singer for going on 22 years. All that means in relation to this story is that I've performed in cathedrals, concert halls, converted warehouses, university chapels, airport terminals, and once, memorably, in a parking structure in downtown Denver that had genuinely excellent acoustics. I've sung in buildings that are 400 years old, buildings that were finished the week before we arrived. I know how these spaces can feel. I know the difference between a room that's just old and a room that carries something. I thought after 22 years that I had a complete enough catalog of experiences that nothing architectural was going to surprise me. Woolsey Hall surprised me. This was about 8 years ago. Our ensemble, a professional choral group of 16 singers, had been asked to perform a program of 20th century American choral music as part of a Yale concert series. It was a good booking. Woolsey Hall seats over 2,000 people, has extraordinary acoustics, and is the kind of venue that looks good on a resume. We were all pleased about it. I had been to New Haven once before, but never inside Woolsey. When we arrived for the afternoon rehearsal, I did what I always do in a new space. Walked the stage, tested the resonance with a few quiet notes, got a feel for how the room would handle us. The hall is genuinely beautiful. High ceilings, ordnate stonework. It's a grandeur that reminds you that music was once considered serious enough to deserve serious architecture. And at the back of the stage, behind everything, the organ. Enormous, complex. An instrument that makes you understand why someone would dedicate a life to it. I stood and looked at it for a moment before the rehearsal started. I felt something I can only describe as the room being aware of itself, of its own history, of what it had been built for, and what it expected. Maybe that sounds like a lot, but 8 years is a long time to dissect everything. That feeling was, in retrospect, a warning that I didn't know how to read. The rehearsal went well. The hall responded to us the way that good halls always do, generously, with a warmth that made everyone sing better than they had in the van on the way over. By the time we broke for dinner, before the evening concert, I was relaxed and professional and entirely unprepared for what was about to happen. I went looking for the bathroom. Someone pointed me toward the basement. There were, I was told, facilities down there, along with some additional warm-up spaces and instrument storage. I took the stairs, a solid stone staircase that turned twice before depositing me in a corridor that ran beneath the hall. The light was adequate but institutional, fluorescent, making everything look slightly more serious. It was real quiet down there, different from the quiet upstairs. The hall above was the quiet of a space waiting to be filled. The basement had the quiet of a space that preferred to be left alone. I found the bathroom. I found it, used it, and was on my way back to the stairs when I became aware of the feeling. It came on gradually, which is almost worse than if it had been sudden. A slow accumulation, like pressure building in a pot, and I was in the pot. The specific, unmistakable sense of not being alone in that corridor. I stopped walking and I stood still, and I did what I always do when something doesn't make sense. I ran through the rational explanations first. Another singer had come down. A staff member was somewhere nearby. None of it held. The corridor was empty in both directions, and the feeling wasn't coming from either direction. It was coming from the door to my left. A heavy, industrial door, one that belongs to a mechanical room or storage space. It was closed, but the feeling of a presence behind it was so specific and so strong that I took a step backward before I understood what I was doing. Not a neutral presence. That's what I kept coming back to when I think about it. Not simply the sense of another person, the sense of someone with an opinion about me being there. Just as I thought to turn around and go back where I came from, I felt a sudden icy chill rush through me, like a gust of wind, but it hit my bones. I could feel my hair and my clothes flutter. I turned around quickly to see what it had been, and there was nothing there. I don't know how to describe it, but something moved through me. And I think it was the same thing that was behind that door. I reassessed the door. I didn't feel the same feeling emanating from it. I just want to be clear that I'm not a person who frightens easily. I've sung funeral masses and midnight Christmas services. I once performed in a 20th century crypt in France that had bones in the walls, and I found that more interesting than unsettling. What I found in that basement corridor was different different from all those things. It was personal in a way that I couldn't account for. Quite literally touching. Whatever was behind that door, whatever flowed through me, it wanted me to know it was there. I went back up the stairs at a pace that I'll describe as brisk. I said nothing to the other singers. We performed the concert that evening, and it was, by any professional measure, excellent. The hall rewarded us the way that it had promised it would in rehearsal and during the first show. The acoustics were everything. Audience was warm. The organ sat silent and enormous behind us, like something had decided to allow this particular intrusion. I sang every note correctly, smiled at the appropriate moments, and kept thinking about the corridor. After, a woman who worked for the hall came backstage to congratulate us. I pulled her aside and I asked, casually as I could manage, about the basement, the history of the space down there. She looked at me for a moment with an expression that I recognized, the expression of someone deciding how much to say. She told me about Professor Jepson, the university organist who had championed the instrument, fought for it, shaped it across decades, and been forced to retire against his wishes in the 1940s. He lived 2 blocks away for years after, and never once returned. A man who had died, she said, quietly, a bitter man. She mentioned that others had felt things down there, that it wasn't a new story. The organ chambers, especially, had a reputation among people who spent time in the building. I thanked her and went to find my coat. It's been quite a while, but I used to look at the photos several times over the years. There's one someone took backstage before the concert. All 16 of us in our outfits. Woolsey Hall glowing behind us. Everyone smiling. I'm smiling too. I look completely normal. I look like someone who's about to have a good professional evening and nothing more. But there's somebody else in a particular photo. I don't know exactly who they are. But it's none of us. If I had to guess, I'd say that it's Jepson. Some of the others in the chorus said that it was probably someone who worked there. I've just never been too sure about that. My friend Danny will confirm every word of this if she has to. I asked her to, and she said yes, reluctantly, because she's a nurse and has a professional relationship with rationality that this experience has not been kind to. We were at my apartment on a Saturday night last fall. Nothing special, just takeout, television, an evening with no agenda that's somehow turned into the most interesting story of my life. I lived in that apartment for 8 months and nothing unusual had ever happened there. It was a perfectly ordinary 3rd-floor unit in a perfectly ordinary building in a city that I won't name because I still live there. And you never know what forums your landlord's reading or podcasts they're listening to. Anyway, it was around 11 when Danny grabbed my arm. I looked up from my phone, and she was staring at the doorway to the hallway. I looked at the doorway. There was a woman standing in it. Not a suggestion of a woman or a shadow that looked like a woman. A fully visible woman, standing in my doorway, facing us. She was wearing something dark, and her hair was loose. She was looking directly at us. It was this expression that I've spent 2 years trying to describe, and I keep failing. It's not angry, it's not sad. Something older than either of those things. Danny made a sound that I've never heard a human make. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. We both sat frozen on the couch, gripping each other's arms for what felt like a long time. Could have been 4 seconds. And then the woman moved towards us, not walking or gliding, just suddenly closer than she had been, and I felt a hand close around my wrist. It didn't belong to Danny. Whatever it was wanted our attention. It was firm, deliberate, unmistakably a hand with fingers and pressure and intention. Yet the woman in front of us hadn't moved. Danny screamed. I screamed. We were out of that apartment and in the hallway within approximately 1 second. We stood there breathing hard under the fluorescent lights for a long time. Neither of us spoke. When we finally went back in there, it was nothing. No one. The apartment exactly as we'd left it. Takeout container still on the coffee table. What bothers me now, 2 years later, is I wish I hadn't screamed. I wish I'd sat very still and let whatever it was finish what it was doing. The touch wasn't violent exactly. Purposeful, sure. Like something had been trying to get my attention, and it finally found a way. Instead, I screamed, and it was gone, and I'll never know what it wanted to tell me. Danny says that she doesn't think about it. I know she's lying. I'm 41 years old, and I have a mortgage, a 10-year-old, and a very normal life. And I've never talked about this publicly because I went to school with a good reputation, and what happened in the Morrow building in 2004, it's not something that reputation has room for. I was a junior. I'd stayed late in one of the study rooms on the 4th floor finishing a paper, fell asleep at my desk, woke up at almost 1 a.m. to an empty building and this disorientation of not knowing immediately where I was. I started packing up, and then I heard something. From somewhere below me, 2 floors down at least, maybe 3, crying. I stood there listening to this crying, and it was clear that it couldn't decide what it was. It started as a woman, clearly, crying that has grief to it. But then it shifted. Lower, younger, unmistakably a child. Then, this lower still, a man, ragged, broken. But after just a few minutes, it was something that had no category that I could place it in. Not an animal exactly, but not human. Cycling through all of these without pause, without settling, like something running through frequencies trying to find the right one. I got this strange sensation that whatever was here didn't know I was. Not yet. I stood completely still with my bag half packed, and I kept listening to it move through those registers. And I felt something that I hadn't felt since I was very small. The specific terror of understanding that something is wrong in a way that my mind doesn't have a shape for. I should have just left, ran to the exit behind me. I don't know why I went to the stairwell door, and I looked down instead. I've asked myself that many times, and I guess it really isn't much different than most horror tropes. I should have ran, but I didn't. At the bottom of the stairwell, 2 floors down, there was a shape. Small, childlike, hunched. The crying was coming from it in those shifting registers that made no sense. I stood at the top of the stairs looking down at it, and I told myself that it had to be a student, a person in distress, someone who needed help. Then it stood up. I think now it was aware of me. It didn't unfold the way that a person unfolds from a couch, though. It expanded. The small shape simply grew upward, outward, darkening as it went, until what was standing at the bottom of the stairwell had nothing childlike about it anymore. A dark mass in the rough shape of a very tall man, filling the width of the stairwell. The crying still coming from it in those impossible shifting registers that by now it stopped sounding like anything I had a name for. Not a man, child, It looked up at me. I cannot tell you what looking up looked like because it had no face that I could really identify, but I knew it was. I can tell you that the quality of attention that came up those stairs towards me was the most frightening thing I've experienced in my life before or since. And I've experienced some frightening things. Nothing like this. I left through the door behind me. I ran. I didn't stop until I was outside. I never went back into that building after dark for the remaining year and a half of my degree. I graduated in 2005, and I'd never told this story to anyone who was there with me because I was alone, and alone means unverifiable. I'm telling it now because I'm 40 years old and I'm tired of carrying it just to myself. Because whatever was in that stairwell deserves to be acknowledged, even if I can't explain it, I guess. It knew that I was there, eventually. That's the part that never leaves. It's seeing me without seeing me. Where were its eyes? It's almost like they weren't necessary. So, what was it? So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can. Because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's gotta be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips. And when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as 2 of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens. Me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in-between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogation started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together. Yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with, so eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food. And I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic, and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s, brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means, but he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts, with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such and such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchant-time peddler when I responded something like, Of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question. and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, what do ye travels require, over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet, too. And the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy, really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again, What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community, found dead in the same horrific state, wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security, and overall, watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore. Through the dark of an unlit road, he looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushes stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666, 666, 666. She didn't answer, just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw 2 huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on 2 legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's, and then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. I've worked in prisons most of my life, and I've shared quite a few stories on here. But this story is from the locksmith I used to work with. What most people don't know about prisons is that they normally have a lot of support personnel and additional features that most never see. This story involves both. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had its running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escape during a critical incident and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. The story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the third time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he would need to swap it out with a spare and repair it once it was removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to his lock shop, next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock on his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door, the one that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closed with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walked through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and it linked the arsenal, lock shop, and emergency tunnels with the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and lock shop directly to allow immediate exit to the tunnels, and had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did until he heard the audible click. Then he checked to make sure that it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox and clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud, ringing clang, it reverberated through the hallway, down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being, Bob bent at his waist to pick up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that stood at the front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, the catwalks around the whole prison. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets. Cheaper than putting a proper lighting system in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark, as he thought he'd heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolkit and the lock as he began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized that he could see a figure down by the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take a deep breath to yell to the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white, wearing striped clothing. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away, like a fog lifting off of the ground when the sun rises. Just a note that prisoners in Michigan Department of Corrections wear blue and orange uniforms that are styled with primary blue, trimmed and numbered in orange. The prisoners have not worn striped uniforms since the early 1900s. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural, and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus, who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside, about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because fuck living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, though we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. Okay, I'm going to tell you about my night shift at the county morgue. We aren't a huge place, but we always have at least 5 or 10 bodies at any given time. I'm sure you've seen the cold storage cabinets on TV, those things. At first, it's kind of creepy, but you can adjust to anything. My first week, I didn't want to eat in that same room, but by the end of my first month, I was eating my sandwiches 5 feet away from bodies. It's just what happens. One night, we got a John Doe. The body was found in the woods, and animals had started feeding on him. The damage was extensive. We determined he was out there for at least a week. As you can imagine, it was hard to look at, even when you've built up a tolerance. After storing him in cold 6, I snuck outside for a snack. When I came back, I heard what I thought was moaning. It was low, grunty. The storage cabinets were divided into 3 sections, and it was coming from where I put the John Doe. He was the only one in that section. My first thought was that the poor guy was still alive. I rushed over and pulled him out. Once I saw him again, I knew how ridiculous that was. You can't get any more dead than that guy. Most of his insides were gone. By then, the moaning had stopped, so I put him back. It didn't take long to convince myself that I was hearing things, but I was still spooked. There was a lot of paperwork stacking up on the desk, though, so I put in some headphones and stayed busy until the morning shift relieved me. That evening, a detective came to my house, asked me about my shift. He wanted to know every detail, if I left at any point, if I saw or heard anything unusual. I was so thrown off it didn't occur to me to mention the moaning. I thought that someone had tampered with evidence or leaked information. I was trying not to look crazy. Technically, I wasn't supposed to leave to get food, but everyone does it. After a while, I decided it would be better to admit leaving than risk looking complicit in evidence tampering, so I confessed everything, down to the silly moaning and listening to music for the rest of the night. Sure enough, that's what he wanted. The interrogation was finally over, and then I heard nothing else for almost 8 hours. I spent the rest of the evening before my shift wondering, was I going to get fired when I tried to go in? Then, my boss was waiting for me at the entrance, and I knew I was in trouble. She wanted to talk in the cafeteria, steered me away from the morgue. Now, it might be a little late to mention that this story is not for the faint of heart. When we sat down, my boss asked how well I knew a security guard, who we'll call Edgar. He was a nice guy, I said, early 40s, always said hey, asked how you were doing, but that's all I knew. We never spoken past basic pleasantries, so I told her that. She then went on to say that his body was found in our cold storage that afternoon. It was a crazy couple of days, and even if it was only for a moment, I was a murder suspect. Thankfully, the surveillance and autopsy cleared me pretty quickly. The cameras tracked me to the cafeteria while they showed Edgar entering the morgue. Certain evidence would suggest that he had crawled into our storage lockers for unsavory reasons. The leading assumption is that I came back sooner than he expected. When he heard me open John Doe's cabinet, he got quiet, so I wouldn't catch him. He was directly below John. Now, when I closed John back up, the doors are kind of hard to shut, so you gotta put some weight behind it. I remembered feeling the one below his click too. People left them partially open all the time, just because you don't realize you need that final click. Basically, I locked him in there. The doors can't be opened from inside. I did kill that man. Everyone said it wasn't my fault. I didn't get into trouble or anything, but I did put on those headphones because I've seen too many horror movies. I didn't want to think about a zombie apocalypse. I probably would have heard him struggling, if not for those headphones. He ripped his fingernails off trying to claw his way out, and I was listening to Taylor Swift. In 2004, my parents moved us from the East Coast to the Gulf Coast, and I started 7th grade at a new school. I talked differently, dressed differently, and overall didn't impress the popular girls, or anyone for that matter. If someone bothered speaking to me, it was only to make fun of my accent. By the second week, I'd learned to stay small and keep to myself. When you remove yourself from all social dynamics and become purely a spectator, you learn a lot. I quickly identified who was friends with who had crushes, and who secretly hated their best friend. Then there was Brady, the invisible boy. I envied him most of all. He didn't have to play politics, avoid bullies, or fear the bathrooms. No one stared at him or pointed. It was like he didn't exist. I didn't even notice that we sat next to each other in second period until he randomly asked to borrow a pen. I didn't expect to get it back, but he returned it the next day. A while later, he borrowed it again, and this kept on to the point that we made jokes about how he should just keep it. Little by little, we would talk more until I felt like I was making a real friend. We ate at different lunch times, and we didn't have any other classes together, so I would look for him in the hall. There would be glimpses of him from a distance, but every time I tried to make my way over, he'd be gone when I got there. It was starting to seem like he was avoiding me on purpose, so I finally said something in class. Brady said he never saw me and asked me to meet him behind the cafeteria after school. And then he never showed. The next day, he wasn't in class. He didn't come back until sometime the following week. I asked him what had happened, but he just ignored me. And then I noticed there were dark rings around his eyes, and he looked like something bad had happened. So I left him alone. I watched him all through class. I saw a dark, matted clump of hair on the back of his head. It looked like he was hurt. His clothes were covered in dirt and torn, like he'd slept outside. I couldn't believe the teacher hadn't said something to him. Did she really not notice? I tried asking if he was okay, but I did it too loud, and the whole class turned to look at us. I stared at Brady, hoping he would say something, hoping the teacher would see him and help. But then one of the popular girls said, "Oh my God, she's talking to her imaginary friend again." And everyone started laughing hard. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and made a horrendously embarrassing speech about how awful they all were. Crying definitely made it worse, but that's a different kind of childhood trauma. The kind of trauma that comes from a teacher taking you into the hallway to explain that your only friend wasn't real is a whole world of messed up into itself. There was no Brady in that class, no Brady in my grade. That desk had apparently been empty all year. I freaked out so bad that my parents were called to pick me up. My mom made me wait in the car while she talked to the principal. A few days and a therapy session later, my mom told me what they talked about. Sometime in the 90s, a similar incident happened where a kid thought that he'd made a friend named Brady. He was so insistent that our principal, still a teacher back then, looked into it, found old articles where a student named Brady had died. His mom was an addict, and Brady used to run to the school when she became violent. He'd sneak into the cafeteria and stay the night. One day, she chased after him, caught up with him in the parking lot. He tried to make it to the door, but she ran him over before he could reach it. He died still pinned beneath her tire. She was so out of it that she didn't even realize she killed him until the next morning. My schedule was changed, so I didn't have the same second period anymore. I guess the teachers hoped that it would help avoid another incident, and I guess it did. The other kids gave me hell for as long as I attended that school, but I only saw Brady a handful of times after that, and I was really careful to avoid showing it. I didn't need to add any fuel to the fire. To my knowledge, that was the only ghost I've ever had contact with, but who knows? Either way, I'm fine believing that he was my only one. I was always afraid of the sixth sense. I have no need to live it. I remember the ads called it a seasonal custodian, but the job was winter keeper. I was hired to watch over the Blackwood Public Library, not the little local branch, but a massive ordnate 19th century main hall downtown. It was closed for renovations and asbestos remediation, meaning my only task was keeping the boilers running, making sure the sustained cold didn't burst a pipe. It was quiet. The building was solid granite and marble, 3 stories high, with ceilings that soared 30 feet. Outside, the heaviest snowstorm in years had fallen, muffling the city into a dead silence. Inside, the sheer scale of the building magnified every sound that I made, the scrape of my shoes, clink of my keys. I slept on a cot in the main office on the ground floor. My first strange encounter happened 3 days into the job, during a routine evening check. I was walking down the second floor mezzanine, checking the radiator valves. The windows were all boarded up, leaving the whole floor in a deep, musty darkness, lit only by my flashlight. And then I heard this faint, high-pitched tinkle of music. It was thin, mechanical, a wind-up music box. I pretty much stopped dead the moment I heard it. I had toured every square foot, and there were no music boxes. The only things left upstairs were empty shelving units and dust sheets. I followed the sound to the east wing, toward the old children's reading room. As I got closer, the music stopped with a sharp clack. The silence came rushing back in. "Hello," I called out. My voice was swallowed instantly by the high ceilings. "Anyone there?" Nothing. I convinced myself it was a vibration, loose piece of ductwork catching in the wind. I was alone. I had to be alone. Later in the night, the music returned. This time it was followed by another sound, though, one that chilled me genuinely. It was the unmistakable sound of small, wet shoes running on polished wood. Not heavy boots or steps like my own, but the hurried sound of a child in soaking leather shoes, padding across the floor just above me. I looked up. The third floor, the entire top story, had been sealed off for months, taped shut and marked as a hazard zone. The wet, shuffling feet traveled from the north end of the building, across the main reading room, and stopped directly over the head of my cot. The running had stopped, followed by a soft cry. and then silence. Fear is a funny thing. I wasn't brave, but I was exhausted and determined to maintain my sanity. I made my way to the second floor, but I saw nothing there. There were no footprints even. But as I stood there, waiting to see something, I heard the sound again, this time above me. The third floor. I went to the sealed stairwell and tore off the tape. I had to see what was making the sound. The third floor was Arctic cold. The windows had been stripped out for replacement, covered only by thin plastic sheeting that snapped loudly in the breeze. The floorboards were old and creaked under my weight. I started to follow the sound's trajectory, from the old children's stacks to the window overlooking the street. The floor was dusty, except for one spot near a large south-facing window. There, where the sun would have hit the floor had it been daytime, was a small, dark patch of melted water. And leading away from it, fading into the dust, was a distinct trail of tiny, wet footprints. They weren't footprints from my shoes. They were small enough to have belonged to a 4 or 5-year-old. The tracks led straight to the window. I shone my flashlight, and I saw sitting there a tarnished metal music box. I picked it up. It was heavy, cold to the touch. As I held it, a deep shiver went through me, but I don't think it was the cold. I heard the faintest, sweetest sound of child's laughter. And the music, while holding it in my hands, started to play. After holding it for a while, I wasn't scared. I decided to leave it where I'd found it. I finished my contract. I kept the boilers running. But every night I expected to hear a little girl's laughter or wet shoes running. And one other time, I did. I wondered, though, what was she doing there? And how could she move on? It's almost sad when you think about it. I don't think she was waiting for anything except maybe a friend. This happened 2 summers ago when I rented a secluded Airbnb outside of Palm Desert. I was trying to unplug for a few days. No notifications or meetings, just sun and silence. Something that resembled peace. The listing had promised a private pool, full kitchen, spiritual tranquility. That was their wording, not mine. The place looked nice enough. Spanish-style roof, stucco exterior, 3 bedrooms. The host had left a bottle of wine and a printed welcome note. I remember thinking that it felt a little too curated, like they were trying to distract me from something. I don't know, paranoia, or was it? The pool was the real draw. It sat behind the house, framed by rock landscapes and desert brush. At sunset, the water turned glassy and gold. I definitely took more than 10 photos to send to all but no one. It was just that beautiful. I swam that first evening. Water was cool and quiet. The air buzzed with crickets and dry heat. It wasn't strange or scary, but that didn't last too long. The second night, I sat out by the pool with a book and a drink, just after dark. I hadn't gone in yet. I was watching the steam rise off the water in soft ribbons. Strange, because the air was still warm, and the water hadn't been heated. It was too late in the day for evaporation like that. But I figured maybe the stone deck had cooled too quickly or something. And then I noticed the fog, a fine mist, almost like vapor. It started creeping across the top of the water's surface. At first, I thought it was an illusion or heat haze maybe, but it moved wrong. It rolled in instead of rising, like dry ice. I got a weird feeling and went inside. Later, when I stepped into the bathroom, I noticed the mirror was fogged over, like someone had just taken a long hot shower. I hadn't. It was either the third or fourth night that I heard something, a splash, light and deliberate, from the pool. It was around 2 a.m. I was awake for no good reason. I looked through the glass doors expecting to see a rabbit or some sort of animal that had slipped in. But the pool was completely still. There was no movement or ripples on the water. Just that same thin mist floating a few inches above the surface. I stood there watching it. After a few minutes, I realized that my reflection in the glass, it wasn't quite right. Like the fog on the other side was softening it, pulling at the edges. And then I heard something. Quiet breathing, labored, like someone was trying to stay afloat. But the sound was inside, behind me. I turned on every light in the house, and definitely didn't sleep that night. By morning, I was so exhausted I'd convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe I was just sleep-deprived, scared in a new place. Maybe the desert heat was doing something to me. I told myself that I'd sleep better if I used the pool again, so I went out around noon and swam for 20 minutes. Nothing strange happened. No fog, just water and sun. But then that night, things escalated. I woke up gasping, not like a nightmare, like I'd physically inhaled something wrong. My lungs burned. My throat felt raw, like I'd been submerged. I stumbled to the sink and splashed water on my face, hoping it would do something. When I looked in the mirror, my skin was flushed and damp, as if I'd been sweating, but cold. My hair was wet. The bed wasn't. Then, and I don't know why, I opened the back door. The moon was bright enough to see the pool clearly. There was someone floating in it. Not swimming, just drifting. Face down, arms out. Hair trailing behind like seaweed. It looked like a woman, maybe a teenager. The fog was heavier now, almost solid, clinging to her like a sheet. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared. And then I watched her disappear, just right in front of me. The water was immediately still again. I packed that night. Didn't care that it was nearly 4 a.m. I loaded everything into the car and left the key in the mailbox. I didn't need the full 7 days. I didn't finally sleep until I was 3 hours down the highway, deciding to grab a motel. Later that week, I looked up the property. I hadn't at first. It had good reviews, a verified host, the usual boxes checked. But I was a bit obsessed. I dug until I found a local news clipping from 5 years earlier. There'd been a party, an engagement celebration hosted by the couple who owned the house. Dozens of people, catered food, music, and a plan to make the pool magical by adding liquid nitrogen to create a fog effect after dark. Only they hadn't ventilated properly. The reaction displaced the oxygen around the pool. 5 people died. Some fell in and drowned silently. Others collapsed, trying to pull them out. The homeowners were among the victims. The article called it a chemical tragedy. The lawsuit was sealed. Apparently, the property has been sold, renovated, quietly relisted as a rental on Airbnb. No one ever mentions that in the reviews. I'll never stop swimming, but I can't sit near a body of water without holding my breath. I do low-key expect them all to be a little haunted now, or at least understand that they can be. Out of respect for the story as a whole, I'll tell it from my dad's perspective as he told it to me. This is him responding to me when I asked if he believes in ghosts. So, pardon the French. Here we go. I got your mom knocked up immediately after getting out of prison. And shit, don't get me wrong. I was excited to be a dad, but in order to provide for my new family, I had to get a job fast. Do you remember your Uncle Howie? No, you were about 3 or 4 when he died. Well, I think you're old enough to know the truth. Howie wasn't your real uncle. I met him in prison. He'd already served 15 to 16 years for murdering his drug dealer in the 70s after his weed got laced with acid. It was easy to do back in the day. Mix that with soaking the joint paper in LSD, he went bonkers. He says it was self-defense, but I say he's a fucking liar. Prison was good for him, though, because when I met him, he was completely sober-bober. I was serving a way shorter sentence for that armed robbery thing, but Howie got released 2 years before I did. But during those 2 years, we were still in contact, you know? He says he's got a job lined up for me when I get out, so boom, right when I'm released, I call him asking about it. He tells me, yeah, I'm lead on the grounds team at Golden Hills. I'm thinking, Golden Hills? Isn't that the cemetery? He tells me no, it's a graveyard, not affiliated with the church. Fuck it, cool. That night I pulled my loud-ass chopper out of Grandma's storage shed. After some oil and gas, it revved up and I was able to show up to work the next day. The shit Howie had us doing was like mowing lawns, clipping the hedges, picking up the garbage, you know, and it wasn't a bad gig. I was there for over a year before going to work at the plant. Well, this happened a few months after working there. It was just me, Howie, and some dude named Taylor, and it doesn't really matter. He was doing his own thing. Howie was freaking out because of an upcoming funeral that was going to be held the next morning. It's a full day's work with 6 guys all pulling their weight. With only 3 of us that day, we were all assigned our own set of things we needed to have ready that day with no assistance from each other. The other 3 guys on the team were all driving together that day, and the car got a flat or something. Doesn't matter. We all knew it was going to be a day any way that you cut it. So, both of them have left at this point. Howie's going to get flowers and decorations, and Taylor's sent to Home Depot to get a tarp and a canopy and a drill. I stay behind to get the plot dug deep enough to have the coffin tossed in it. We have a big excavator that we use to move around all the dirt for this kind of job, but that day, it shit out when I tried to start it up. I ended up calling the flower shop from the phone inside. I tell the lady working there to have Howie call me when he gets there. Phone rings 5 minutes later and I tell him what happened to the excavator, and then I ask what we're supposed to do in this situation, and he tells me to grab a shovel. I'm sure you've dug up some holes when you were little. The novelty of it seems like fun, but the fun quickly goes away when your back and your shoulders start to ache. The plot that I was digging was going to be somewhere near 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 4 feet deep. No, not 6 feet. Apparently they only did that to stop grave robbers. I got the job done in a few hours. I don't think it was even noon yet. So I'm on my hands and knees down there with measuring tape, and I hear someone say from behind me, "Is this one for you?" Now at the time, I was fresh out and I still had that PTSD brain. So I stand up and turn around thinking this guy's threatening me. But his voice didn't match what I was looking at, because he had a deep voice, you know. So when I saw a little boy in a tiny little blue 3-piece suit standing outside the grave looking down at me, I didn't believe it was him. But there was nobody else around, and this kid was 5 or 6, practically a toddler. I go, "What?" And he says again, in the same ridiculously low voice, pointing down to the grave, "Is this one for you?" I said, "What the fuck are you talking about, kid? Where's your parents?" He points in a direction and says, "They're over there." I couldn't see anyone else in the graveyard but me and this kid, and the way he was talking was weirding me out, so I told him to scram. You know, I was working, trying to get my job done. The kid runs past me. When I turned around to see which way he went, I was met face to face with a growling, snarling, hungry coyote. One of its eyes was missing. Its mouth was foaming, like it had rabies or something. The only thing I had for protection was the tape measurer. It got real close to the edge and began smelling the air with big sniffs. I was sure it was going to jump in there with me, attack. But it circled around the grave twice, and then just went on its way through the bushes, 20 yards from the grave plot. climbed out of the grave and couldn't find that kid or his parents in the graveyard. I'm no bitch, but that scared the shit out of me. The combination of it all. I don't know where any of them came from or where they'd left to. I know the coyote left through the bushes, but there's a chain link fence right on the other side. I don't think it would have been able to clear it. But by how it went into the bushes, it was like he went right through the metal. A few minutes later, the guys got back. I was already done with my end of the job that day, so with them there to lock up, I didn't waste any more time being there. I got on my chopper and woke the dead with my exit. Weeks later, maybe months, I'm mowing the plots. There's one grave that I have to do by hand because of the way that the tombstone's built. The bottom part stretched out into the little sandbox. It's a child's grave that I'd never paid attention to until that day I happened to be cleaning the walkway with a weed whacker, and I got a ton of grass all over the sandbox in the front of the tombstone. So I get down to clean it all up. But when I'm wiping off the picture that's on this tombstone, guess who I see? That little kid in the blue suit. He was wearing the same suit in the picture. Name was Timothy something. 1964 to 1970. Creepiest full circle thing I ever put together. Nothing like that ever happened again working there, but once is enough. Taylor had a few stories about ghosts chasing him around the grounds, but how he stayed tight-lipped. If anything ever did happen like that to him, he didn't say. But yeah, that was it. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door. She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. Emily, the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house, alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room, she was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers, and I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down, arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet, and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Hannah pulled out some old, dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Hannah said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. Don't do it. Just don't. "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. Is anyone here with us? What's your name? And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. Last year I had to travel for work. Just a 2-day conference at a mid-sized hotel in a city that I'd never been to before. I didn't exactly look forward to these trips, just packing business clothes in one half of my suitcase and sweatpants in the other, but I was always excited for the free breakfast buffet. This hotel was old, not in a charming historic way, but in a slightly too dark, vaguely lingering smell way. The carpets were patterned to hide stains, and it was a kind of busy swirl that looked different depending on how tired your eyes were. My room was fine, bed, desk, TV mounted too high on the wall, but the bathroom immediately felt off. Stuffy, like the air had been sitting in there for way too long. Even with the fan on, it felt heavy, like it didn't want me in there. It was dark and dingy, sorta like the rest of the hotel, but worse. The first night while I was brushing my teeth, I realized it was darker in there than it should have been. The light above the mirror worked, but it cast shadows down instead of out. I stepped into the hall and flipped on the extra lamp near the closet, hoping it would brighten things up. When I turned back to the mirror, I was horrified. A lock of my hair, thick enough to see, was standing straight out, as though someone was holding it between their fingers. I don't scare easily, but it made my stomach jump, and my instinct took over. I whipped my head down to shake it free, only it didn't fall. There was resistance, a tug like something was still holding on. That was enough for me. I yanked my hair loose from this phantom. I grabbed my jacket and practically bolted downstairs. The hotel bar was nearly empty, and though my mouth tasted like toothpaste, I needed a drink. So I ordered that drink, trying to act casual, but I must have looked shaken because the bartender asked if everything was okay. I told him the truth, or part of it. I said that the bathroom, felt strange, like the air was bad in there. I joked about how maybe the hotel was haunted. He smirked and said, "You wouldn't be the first guest to say that." Well, that set me on edge, but he quickly waved it off. It's an old place, drafty. People love to scare themselves. It happens a lot. I've worked here 10 years and I've never seen anything. He said it with such confidence that I almost believed him. By the time I finished my drink, I'd convinced myself I'd overreacted. I thanked him and went back upstairs, told myself I just needed to sleep. For a while it worked. I fell asleep fast, the way you do after travel and one too many drinks. But then I woke up. It was exactly 3:30 a.m. The clock glowed red from the nightstand, the brightest thing in the room. At first, I didn't know why I was awake, but then I heard it. Banging. I shot upright with my heart pounding out of my chest. The sound was so loud and so sudden, I thought someone was trying to break into the room. My eyes went straight to the front door, but it was quiet there and untouched. The banging came again. It was from inside, the bathroom door. I can't describe how bad that felt. It wasn't the sound of a fan kicking on. It was fists, someone pounding on the other side of that closed door. My brain did that thing where it kept trying to explain it away. Maybe the neighbors, maybe something with the plumbing, but no. The sound was inside my room. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. I didn't even want to get close. I threw on my clothes, grabbed a bag, and left. Not the hotel, not yet. I had a job to do. I went down to the 24-hour gym, the only place with lights on and other people occasionally coming and going. I stood on a treadmill with my phone in my hand like I was ready to call someone, though I wouldn't have known what to say. I stayed there until I got my breakfast buffet. And then I went in, ate in silence, and forced myself back upstairs, only long enough to shower and change for my work event. I looked like a zombie in the mirror, hair still damp, eyes rimmed red. I avoided that bathroom as much as I could, brushing my teeth in the corner like a kid afraid of the dark. That night after the conference wrapped up, I didn't go back. I found a chain hotel near the airport, the kind with bland lighting, rooms that smelled faintly like cleaning. It felt soulless in a way that was comforting. I haven't really thought much about that trip since, except for when people ask me if I've ever had a ghost experience, kind of like this forum. I don't know what I believe, but I do know this. I'll never forget the feel of my own hair being held by something that wasn't there, or the sound of fists pounding on the bathroom door that no one was behind. I took a job in college working the overnight shift at the university library. It was the best gig, dead silent, endless free time to study. And the only other person was the guard upstairs. My station was in the basement archive, down 2 flights of concrete stairs. It was mostly just old maps, uncatalogued documents, and a truly ancient, multi-story section filled with nothing but shelved books and a long, dark wall of obsolete card catalogs. It smelled like dust and forgotten history. The first few weeks were great, but then the silence started to feel less peaceful and more heavy. It's kind of a specific coldness, too, the kind that makes the hairs stand up even if the room temperature hasn't changed. It started with the card catalogs. These things were huge, waist-high cabinets, row after row, filled with little wooden drawers. Sometimes when I was sitting at my desk, I'd hear a little thwump noise. I'd look up to see that one of the drawers, usually from the highest row, had slid out maybe 3 inches. I'd sigh, walk over, shove it back into place. It was always heavy and resistant, like someone was holding the handle from the inside. This started happening constantly. I'd close a drawer, walk 5 steps back to my desk, and hear that little thwump again. When it got really active, the drawers wouldn't just slide out. They would rattle as they came out, shaking the tiny brass handles. It sounded like an elderly librarian was frantically searching for a single critical note. The weirdest part was their inability to stay closed. I started making a game of it, trying to push them in perfectly flush. They would always immediately slide back out 3 inches. It was a firm, definitive no, every single time. It was a restless, silent middle finger from the past. One night, the noise went from passive-aggressive to violent. I was in the back stacks, organizing a card of returned history texts. I was deep in the aisle, surrounded by shelves towering 20 feet high. All of the lights were off in the main room except for a single desk lamp at my station. Suddenly, from the catalog section 50 feet away, I heard a sound that was too big to be just wood and paper. It was a crack, thump, swoosh. It was the sound of a heavy, solid wooden cabinet being thrown off balance. I didn't breathe. My heart felt like it was hammering against my spine, so I froze. Then, from the same section, came a series of rapid, coordinated noises. Clack, 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 clack. About 8 drawers in a row, all sliding out at once, followed by the sound of what had to be thousands of index cards spilling onto the concrete floor. It sounded like pouring rain indoors. I did not investigate. I dropped my clipboard, and I sprinted out of the aisle, grabbed my backpack from under the desk, and I ran straight up those 2 flights of concrete stairs, past the bewildered night guard, and right out the front door. I called in sick the next morning and officially resigned via email a few hours later. They never called me back to ask why, and they never questioned me about the catalogs. I still wonder what that thing was searching for in there, and if the new night student has figured out yet that the drawers are never, ever going to stay closed. One day when I was 15, I came back from school like any other normal day. I live in Sofia, so McDonald's was the easiest and greatest of lunches, so I brought some lunch home and sat to watch a show called Ghost Hunters. Since I was in the 3rd grade, I gained an interest in the paranormal. I think it was because I wanted to believe there was life after death and so on, only what I was about to experience was definitely a surprise. While I was watching, I heard footsteps. I knew that my mom and my dad were at work, and of course the neighbors were as well. There was virtually no one that was going to come unattended. There were no such people in my life. Of course, I went and checked the door, and there was no one there, so I decided to turn back to my room. Just as I was about to sit back down on my bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy hand, almost a demonic one. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, trying to grab me. I just jumped. My heart was racing. Even now, remembering this, I still feel uneasy. When my parents came home, I told them the story, but no one believed me. They said that I was watching too many ghost stories. It's a fair analysis, but it hurt my feelings. Nonetheless, everything was normal for a couple of days, when some dark news was delivered to our family. My granddad on my mom's side had died. I was devastated, but I started to think, was it some sort of premonition that I had? Is that what a person sees before death of a relative happens? Was it actually a ghost? Was it some sort of manifestation of my sadness, or the sadness of the spirit? The two could be completely unrelated as well. But it doesn't really change the fact that it happened, and I can't seem to forget it. I had just picked up my boyfriend, and we stopped at my place so I could take a bath before heading to my mom's house. We'd only been dating for about a week, so no, we weren't at that stage yet. Plus, I'm a pretty private person, and he's a bit of a prankster, so while he stayed outside on the porch to smoke a cigarette, I went inside, back to my bedroom, and locked the door behind me. Well, put the chain on, actually. My room is small, no closets, no dark corners, nowhere for someone to hide. The only window sticks and takes a ridiculous amount of effort and noise to open. I ran the bath, got in, and started washing my hair, and then movement. Out of the corner of my eye, something shifted. Before I could fully turn my head, a hand, shot out and grabbed the handle of the bathroom door, slamming it shut. For a second, I didn't react, didn't scream, didn't panic, I just laughed. Thought my boyfriend had somehow slipped in behind me and was messing around. I stepped out of the tub, yanked the door. No one was there. The chain on the bedroom door was still latched. The window hadn't budged. There was nowhere for anyone to go. I walked the room in circles, checking everything. My stomach slowly sinking with that awful, skin-prickling feeling of wrongness. When I finally made it outside, my boyfriend was still exactly where I had left him, on the porch, finishing his cigarette. And that was only the beginning. A few days later, the light started flickering. Annoying, but nothing exactly terrifying. I live in a double wide, so bad wiring seemed like the logical explanation. But then one night, I was heading to the kitchen for a glass of water when the hall light suddenly went out. Again, not a big deal. But then the broom, propped behind the washer, fell over, slamming across the hallway, cutting off my path. I sighed, annoyed, but before I could move it, a shadow darted past me, straight into the kitchen. I barely caught the shape, tall, fast, pitch black. My first thought was my cat, until I turned around and saw her sitting on my bed, watching me, tail flicking. I went straight back to my room and shut the door. The next day, my fountain drink exploded. No reason. It wasn't hot, it wasn't cold, the air conditioner wasn't on. There was no one near it. It just burst. Sticky soda everywhere. I started to think I was losing it. But then my boyfriend and a few friends started mentioning weird things happening when they came over too. And here's the thing. I hadn't told anyone about my own experiences yet. I still see things sometimes. Tall shadows shifting near the bathroom. Quick darting figures in my peripheral vision. I tell myself it's just my cat. I tell myself it's my mind playing tricks on me. I've even been to therapy. Schizophrenia was ruled out. Seasonal depression, sure. Maybe that could explain some of it. If so, I'd almost be grateful. At least then my brain could make sense of it. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. And I don't need to prove it to anyone. If you've had something like this happen, just know they can't hurt you. It's weird, it's scary, but once you've been through it, nothing else in the dark seems quite as bad. About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like 2 voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt the presence, almost like the voices came from 2 people standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. Hello, my name is Heidi. I'm a stay-at-home mother in Larchmont, New York, 23 years old. My son Malachi is 3 years old. And as his vocabulary grows, he's been able to describe more complex things in his environment and express his emotions with more context. His pediatrician says Malachi is advanced for his age. I'm sure he gets that from his dad, but unfortunately, I'm not here to brag about my smart boy. Within the last few weeks, out of nowhere, he's been having night terrors. Every night, he wakes himself up screaming. I've rushed into his room on multiple occasions to find him sitting up in bed, still asleep, screaming so loud, I've worried that his vocal cords might be permanently damaged. I have to shake him awake. He's having the same dream multiple times a week, and I don't know what to do about it, because Mommy can't protect him in dreamland. When Malachi wakes up, he tells me about how he died in a fire. He says that he's always in an office building, wearing clothes like Daddy, which I think means business attire. He says there are other people in the room, all of them sad. Some are gathered around a TV, while others are looking out the window. Malachi says he's been able to walk to both parts of the room in different dreams, and what they're watching on the TV is the same thing happening outside. There's another building next to his, and it's on fire. He sees people waving things and jumping from the windows. He can't see where they land, but he knows they're really high up. People from the floors above him are jumping too. Before the fire reaches them, the people in his room are crying. Then, an explosion shatters all the windows, injuring those who had been looking outside. Smoke and flames fill the room, and then, he says, the sky falls down. The largest fire Malachi has ever been around is our fireplace, and he's never been close enough to even feel the heat. I don't understand where this fear is coming from. Several years ago, I used to rent a one-bedroom apartment in a somewhat nice neighborhood. But I was meticulous about locking up. Deadbolt, chain when I was inside, everything. Because the neighborhood wasn't that nice. I'd double-check the door every time I left for work. One evening, I came home and noticed right away that something felt not right. The door wasn't locked. At first, I thought maybe I'd slipped up. But then I stepped inside and I saw that things weren't where I left them. Not stolen, just moved. A picture frame slightly angled, the TV remote sitting on the opposite side of the couch, a chair pulled a few inches from the table. It was unsettling, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd been in a rush that morning. Maybe I knocked something over without realizing it. That explanation held until I went into my bedroom. On my dresser sat a small old-fashioned key that I'd never seen before. Not my key, not from any of the doors in my apartment. Just sitting there like someone had placed it carefully in the center. I didn't hear anyone come in. I didn't find any signs of forced entry, just the door being unlocked. I had the locks changed the next day, but the key stayed right where I left it. No locksmith could tell me what it belonged to. I asked at least 3 different ones. To this day, I wonder if someone broke in, or if it was something else entirely. I ended up throwing it away, but I can still picture it. I'm a night janitor at a big city corporate office building. There are other janitors, but we're spread out on different floors, so we basically do our rounds completely alone. During my first week on the job, which started just after the COVID crisis started dying down, I noticed a lot of weird things. I think the first thing was the trash. I used to wear headphones and listen to music while I worked, but you'll see why I stopped in a minute. The main area is a bunch of cubicles crammed together, but they're in rows, so it's not like I can just miss one. I do them in order, and by the end, it's like I've made a circle. After I dump the trash, I make another loop with the vacuum. One day I'm coming around with my vacuum and one of the trash bins has quite a few empty chip bags, snack wrappers in it. I'm fairly certain that I had emptied it. But hey, we all have our moments. Or maybe they were just stuck to the bin and I just didn't notice. Anything's possible. But then it kept happening. Not every night, but often enough to make me wonder. I also have to cut the lights off before I leave, so I turn them off as I finish each area, starting with the boss's office in the back. There were multiple occasions when I would be getting on the elevator, only to look back and see some of the lights were on again. This was enough to make me ask my coworkers, had they had anything like this happen on their rounds. But they just made ghost jokes, looked at me like I was crazy, so I let it go. Then I heard a loud bang on window washing night, loud enough to hear over my music. It came from the big offices, and I had already cleaned and turned off the lights back there. When I went to investigate, I found more junk food trash in the bin, and one of the desk chairs was knocked over. Not where it had been sitting, mind you, no. It was now over by the window. That's when I went from, weirded out, to genuinely uneasy. I'll admit, I've always been pretty superstitious, so that's where my mind went. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you're alone in a dark, creepy space. The next day I told my supervisor everything, asked if someone had died in the building, made a proper fool of myself. The building is less than 10 years old. No one's ever died in it. And it wasn't built on some taboo burial ground or anything sketchy. All in all, it's just another cliche, boring high-rise. I won't lie, I was disappointed. I'd really built up this whole lovable Casper-like ghost character with a penchant for junk food and pranks. But sadly, there was no backstory to fuel this fantasy. The more I thought about it, the more I began to think, if it's not a ghost, it must be a person. The fear that comes from ghosts is kind of a novelty fear. You know what I mean? It's a fun kind of scary. Most people don't actually think it could hurt them. But shady characters lurking in empty office buildings, they instill an entirely different fear. The bad kind. And that's when I stopped listening to music at work. Things continued as normal for a few days, and then I got the scare of my life as I was trying to leave. All the lights were out, and I was just waiting for my elevator. That's when I heard a door to one of the offices open and close. Then a set of footsteps started making their way down the hall, and someone was whistling the tune from Kill Bill. My heart stopped at that moment. And I don't think it's beat quite the same since. I didn't have anywhere to run. It was basically a race between those footsteps and the elevator. Which would reach me first? Well, as I'm sure you can guess, the footsteps won. There was just enough light to make out a tall, scrawny man in his boxers. His hair was sticking up like he hadn't groomed himself in months. I couldn't see his face clearly, yet my brain branded him with wild madman eyes. I was frozen with fear. I didn't know why I didn't hide behind my cart or the reception desk. I just stood there with a scream stuck in my throat. He saw me and froze. That eerie whistle tune died on his lips and he began rushing towards me. The elevator finally dinged behind me and the doors shut just as he was reaching me. I found some of my coworkers and we called the police. A few hours later, they were escorting the man outside. Later, I learned that he was laid off during COVID. I guess I shouldn't say his real name, so I'm going to call him Ted. Ted really needed that job. Without it, he lost his home, his car, his wife. The poor guy didn't know what to do, so he snuck back into his old office. He'd worked there for years, so he knew the schedules, stayed well hidden during working hours. And then his mind became progressively worse. That made him increasingly careless. That night I found the chair knocked over. He was trying to throw it through the window so that he could jump. But yeah, those kinds of buildings aren't made with regular glass, so he couldn't break it. I really don't know what he would have done to me if the elevator hadn't made it in time. He wasn't a violent man in his regular life, but his mind was so far gone, there's just no telling. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for 1 semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? I don't know if what I saw qualifies as a ghost, but it definitely wasn't anything I can explain, and I've never forgotten it. This happened a few years back when I was working the midnight shift at a correctional facility. Most nights were quiet, boring even. You spent a lot of time walking tiers, checking cells, making sure no one's where they shouldn't be. It gets repetitive, and after a while, you get used to the stillness of 2 or 3 a.m. It's usually the calmest time of night, but not that night. It was around 2 a.m. I was doing my usual walkthrough, about to hit one of the checkpoints on my round. I'd stepped into the tier when I noticed something at cell 12. Movement. At first, I thought it was just an inmate reaching out to get my attention. Pretty common, especially if someone wants meds or has a grievance. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The hand that was reaching out wasn't just waving or tapping the bars. It was still. Too still. Pale, long fingers stretched out through the bars like it was waiting for something. I slowed my pace, watching it as I moved down the tier. Then the arm started to extend. Not in the normal way, like someone leaning further out. This was unnatural. The arm elongated, like it wasn't attached to bones or muscle. It just kept stretching. Silently, until it reached the security phone mounted on the wall, at least 10 feet from the cell door. I froze. I was standing there, eyes locked on this thing, trying to make sense of it. My brain just couldn't compute what I was seeing. The way the arm moved was all wrong, and there was no sound, no struggle, just a slow, fluid motion, like watching a shadow glide across the wall. Then, just as slowly, the arm retracted, slid back into the cell. I don't remember feeling scared right away. It was more like complete disbelief, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. And then the fear crept in, slow and heavy. My hands were shaking. I backed away and grabbed my radio. I called into the tactical room and said, "I can't do my tour right now. You're going to think I've lost it, but I swear I just saw something." There was a short pause, and then my sergeant came over the radio. "You saw the arm, didn't you?" Just like that. Calm, certain. And that's when I really lost my grip. I asked him what he meant, and he just said, "Come back to the office." I checked the log. Cell 12 was supposed to be empty. Had been for days. No one assigned, no one scheduled to move in. I walked back down the tier during daylight the next day just to be sure. The cell was locked, empty. I never got a straight answer about what my sergeant knew. He wouldn't talk about it again after that night, just shrugged it off any time I brought it up. But I know what I saw. And there was no inmate in that cell. And that arm, whatever it belonged to, it wasn't human. Not anymore. So, before I get into this, I need to throw a disclaimer out there that I was 18 years old when this event took place. I've never done hard drugs in my life. I don't drink alcohol. And I started smoking weed when I was 22. Also, there were 3 other teenagers with me that night who were also sober and witnessed this as well. So my friend and I were hanging out with 2 of her guy friends on a Friday night after school. And the plans were that we were going to have a sleepover at my friend's house. We were just hanging out around town, nothing much to do in a small Georgia town, but walk around town square, go to the trails. Well, after shooting the shit for a couple hours, we got hungry. We ordered a pizza for pickup. We got the pizza and drove to a pretty quiet neighborhood where one of the guys lived. The neighborhood was tucked away pretty good into the forest, so it was really quiet and really dark in that area. As we were sitting outside eating pizza, using the hood of the car as a makeshift table, I looked up and I saw what looked like a large pitch-black mass, one that resembled a primate in shape and movement, swinging high in the trees. They were a good 800 feet away from us. Even from that distance, in the night, it looked so huge. But that made no sense. We live in a small town in Georgia. There's no large primates here. I alerted everyone to this figure in the trees, and we were all baffled and amazed at what we were seeing. I remember just having this sense of dread washing over me as I looked at this figure, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it seemed like it noticed us. We couldn't see any distinct features, and the figure was pitch black, but somehow, you just knew it was watching you. Suddenly, this shadow, ape-like figure stood tall, and you could almost see it shifting before your eyes. It began to resemble something more closely the shape of a large man. He was holding on to a branch with one arm, just staring at us with unseen eyes. Everyone was frozen, so still and so quiet. It seemed like the sounds of the night froze in place with us. We were just transfixed on this dark figure in the trees. Then this creature crouched over, and as it did, its shoulders seemed to stretch impossibly higher, reaching over its head. All of us were in shock and terrified at seeing this, maybe a little in denial as we were seeing what was defying any logical explanation, because you want this to make sense. And then this creature's shoulders, for the lack of a better word or better way to explain this, they seemed to grow. into these huge wing-like shapes. Then this dark figure jumped off the branch and flew off. It soared, I guess. I knew what I was seeing was real, because when that happened, we all ran to the car without talking, just screaming and running as fast as possible. We sped away from there. We were all freaking out, trying to find any logical reason, something that could explain what we'd just witnessed. But there was nothing. Needless to say, no one slept that night. We were all too terrified that maybe that thing followed us back to my friend's house. I should mention this was back in 2010, so I didn't have a good camera phone to capture whatever we saw back then. Even now, I don't know that it's the first thing I would think of, though. It was crazy. A few years ago, I was driving back from a buddy's cabin in rural Pennsylvania. It was just after sunset, and it was that in-between light where the shadows are long. I was passing a stretch of farmland when I saw something move through the trees just off the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it stood upright. It was thin, bipedal, and covered in pale, almost glowing white hair. Easily 7 feet tall. It didn't move like a person either, or an animal. It was too smooth and too quiet. I remember pulling over and killing the engine. I just watched. It stood in a clearing maybe 50 feet away, facing the tree line. I couldn't see a face, just its shape or outline. It never turned towards me, never ran, just blinked out. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone. I didn't see it leave. There was no movement or sound. I sat there for a pretty long time after that, suddenly very aware of how alone I was. I still have no idea what it was, and I've never taken that road again after dark. I have several stories that I would consider paranormal from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I've never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is where you donate your body to science and they take it from there. So I wheeled the deceased, unlocked the freezer, did all of my stuff that I had to do in there. I placed him on the board, got the lift out, and placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing, and you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet, etc. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and I locked it back up. While wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door, the science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the large, long portion. And then you turn the corner, there's desks, filing cabinets, whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there was just this guy standing there, examining files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back there. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m. I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. I got the gurney back to the van, closed and locked the large garage door from inside, all while this guy was just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had to use the bathroom, so I told him that that's where I'd be going and that I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and couldn't hear me, so I went to the bathroom, came back to the garage, and the guy was gone. but the file cabinet was still open. I didn't know where he went. I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced I was going to be leaving and locking up to set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did, and I just left. I'm not sure who he was or is or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about the time at that job. That one sticks with me the most, though. And I have that nagging feeling of, why didn't I go look at the file? I don't know. This happened a couple of years ago. It still makes me hesitate before opening the bathroom door at night, which is why I tend to just keep it open. The backstory. I grew up in this house. My parents passed it down to me after they moved to Florida. It's nothing fancy, just a split level with creaky floors, a bathroom that never quite feels warm, no matter how long the shower runs. That bathroom, by the way, has always been off. Even when I was a kid, it had this heaviness to it, like the air inside was a little thicker, maybe a little colder. But you chalk that stuff up to bad vent or poor insulation, you move on. Anyway, it was about 2 a.m. I'd just gotten back from a business trip, dead tired, jet-lagged, stomach still on Pacific time. I got up to pee, half asleep, lights off, just enough moonlight spilling through the window to navigate. I pushed open the bathroom door without turning on the light. I do this a lot. But this time, someone was sitting there, just sitting on the closed toilet lid, with their back facing me. At first, I thought it was just a trick of my eyes. Maybe I'd set something there and forgot. Maybe my brain was still foggy, but no, there was a figure there. Shoulders, hair, even the faint outline of hands resting on their knees. A woman, still as stone. I didn't say anything, I just stared. She slowly turned her head, but not all the way. Just enough that I could see the side of her face. But there was no face. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just this blank, empty stretch of skin. I must have hit the light switch without realizing it because the room flooded with light all of a sudden, and she was gone. Completely. No sound, no movement. It was just me standing there with my heart pounding like I'd sprinted up a flight of stairs. I checked the whole house. Every door was still locked, alarm was set, nothing disturbed. But I didn't sleep the rest of that night. What really gets me is the fact that I didn't really feel afraid at first, not until she turned. There was something familiar about her posture, like I'd seen her before. But here's the kicker. The next morning, while I was trying to convince myself it was all a dream, I went back into the bathroom, and I found the toilet seat down. I live alone. I never put the seat down. It's been 2 years. I still live here. But I find myself not using that bathroom as much. I guess I'm afraid of seeing her again. Maybe even realizing I recognize her or something. I don't know. It still messes with me. I guess I've been technically writing this one out for years. I'm in my 30s now, but this happened when I was 13, the fall of 1998, on our family's property outside of a rural town in Nevada that I'm deliberately not naming. My parents are still alive and still talk about this night. My brother and I still talk about this night. We've never had any explanation for what happened, and at this point, I don't think we ever will. This is long, so I'm sorry. There's no short version. We lived 14 miles outside of town, on a dirt road that dead-ended at our property. Nearest neighbor was almost 3 miles back toward the highway. This isolation, it felt normal when you grow up in it. You don't think of it as remote, it's just home. Single-story house, detached garage, a few outbuildings, flat scrubland in every direction, with a mountain range sitting dark on the horizon. Nevada desert. You know what it looks like. If you don't, I recommend it. My brother Casey was 9 that fall and I was 13. My parents had that property since before I was born. I remember it was a school night in October, because one of the first things that I thought when everything started was that I had a test the next morning. My parents were watching television in the living room. Casey was already in bed, and I was in my room doing homework with my door open. The first thing I noticed was the light. It didn't build gradually. It was just suddenly there, blue, coming through every window in the house simultaneously. The way light looks when it's coming from all directions at once rather than a single source. It wasn't electric blue, or like the blue of police lights. It was deeper than that, richer. The closest I can describe it is the color of gas flames when they're turned all the way up. That concentrated blue-white, except softer somehow. And it was filling the sky completely. I went to my window and looked out, and there was no sky, just blue. The desert, the scrubland, the distant mountains, all of it was bathed in this flat, even blue light. It had no origin that I could find. No beam, no craft visible. Nothing overhead that I could see at all, just light everywhere, like the atmosphere itself had changed color. I heard my mom say something in the living room, but I couldn't make out the words. That's when I noticed this sound, or I guess the absence of sound, and then the presence of something else. All of my normal nighttime sounds, desert noise, wind, occasional animal, ambient hum of nothing, that was gone. Replaced by a vibration more than a sound. Something I felt in my chest and in the back of my teeth before I heard it with my ears. Low and heavy, like standing next to a subwoofer that was turned all the way up. A bass reverberation that seemed to come from the ground and the air all at the same time. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was relentless, and it made it hard to think. I tried to call out to my parents, and my voice felt swallowed before it left the room. I walked into the hallway. My dad was already coming towards me. His mouth was moving, and I couldn't hear him. The vibration was too total. He grabbed my arm, and we went to the living room where my mom was standing, looking out the front window. I could see her saying something to my dad, but I couldn't hear any of it. I wondered if they could hear each other. We stood there together for what felt like several minutes, but was probably less. And then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the light was gone. The vibration cut off. The desert went back to its normal dark and quiet, and I could hear my own breathing. And my mom was saying, "What was that? What was that?" in a voice that was trying to sound calm, but it wasn't. My dad went outside. He was out there for maybe 5 minutes, and he came back. He said that he hadn't seen anything. Nothing out there, no lights, nothing on the road. That's when we heard something in the attic. Our house had a pull-down attic access in the hallway ceiling. We used it for storage. Boxes, holiday decorations, the usual. Nobody had been up there in months. The sound that started coming from it was footsteps. I don't know if there's another way to describe it. I'm not going to try to dress it up. Footsteps. Heavy, fast, back and forth across the length of the attic. Not the settling of the house. This wasn't an animal. I grew up in that house. I knew every sound that it made. This was weight moving. Something with mass and intention crossing the attic floor at a pace that felt almost frantic. Back and forth, back and forth. Something was pacing. It sounded as if my dad was up there, but he was right next to me. At that point, my mom pulled Casey out of bed, and we all stood in the living room listening to it. Casey was half asleep and confused, and I remember holding his hand without really deciding to. My dad got a flashlight. I watched him pull the attic cord. The folding stairs came down, and he climbed up slowly, flashlight ahead of him, and pushed the hatch open. What happened next took maybe 3 seconds. He heard something. We all did. I saw it register on his face before anything else. A change, a recoil, something moving behind his eyes that I'd never seen on my father's face before, and I haven't seen it since. He made a sound himself, involuntary. And then he was falling, stumbling backward down the folding stairs, grabbing the railing and half catching himself and half not. The attic hatch swung shut above him with a bang that shook the hallway. He sat on the floor for a moment. My mom went to him immediately. He described it later, what he'd experienced. And he always said it the same way. There was a sound from inside the attic, from the darkness beyond the hatch, high and thin, but with a quality underneath it that he said was the most distressing thing he'd ever heard. Almost like crying, like a voice, but wrong in a way that he couldn't fully articulate. He said it felt directed at him. He said it felt like whatever made it knew that he was there, wanted him to know that it knew, and for him to go. He didn't remember falling. Said he was pushed. He never went back up there, not that night. My mom called the police. While she was on the phone with the dispatcher, Casey appeared at my elbow, tugged my sleeve. He was pointing at the window that faced the back of the property, toward the open desert. I went to the window that he came from and I looked. It was moving fast, low to the ground, maybe a couple 100 yards out in the scrubland. It was small, but not animal small. Not coyote or dog, but small the way that a slight person is small. Upright, 2 legs, moving in a direction parallel to the house at a speed that felt wrong for someone on foot. Not quite running, but faster than a walk should be able to look. The blue light was gone and the desert was dark, but there was enough moon that I could see it as a shape, a shadow against the lighter ground. I stood at my window and Casey stood at his, and we watched it until it moved behind a low rise and didn't come back. We looked at each other across the hallway. Neither of us said anything. 2 officers arrived maybe 20 minutes later. I'm not good with time. By then, we'd heard footsteps in the attic, still. They'd slowed but not stopped. They seemed to be lessened. Both officers stood in the hallway and listened to it. I watched their faces. We all did. They heard it. But they didn't open the hatch. One of them went outside and walked the perimeter of the house with his flashlight. The other stayed inside with us and asked my parents questions in a low voice. Routine questions at first, and then stranger ones. Had we seen any lights in the area before tonight? Had we had any unusual incidents on the property? Had we spoken to any neighbors recently about anything similar? My dad answered carefully. I sat on the couch and listened, and I watched the officers' faces while they were asking questions. It was a neutral face, in a way that felt practiced rather than actually natural. I knew that, by looking at them, that they knew more than they were letting on. We all did. The second officer came back in and spoke quietly to the other. They were near the front door. Then the first one told my dad that they were going to call for additional support because they needed it before opening the attic. While we waited, something shifted in that house. I don't know how to describe it except as a pressure change. The way that air feels and everything feels when you climb an elevation. Except It moved through the rooms rather than coming from outside or nature itself. My mom put her hand on my dad's arm. One of the officers looked up at the ceiling. Everyone could hear it. The footsteps. Then 2 more vehicles pulled up outside, not patrol cars, dark SUVs. 4 men got out, came to the door. They were not police. And yeah, I was 13, so maybe I'm misremembering details. But the impression that I had then, and that my parents have confirmed in every conversation we've had about it since, is that these men were wrong for the situation in a specific way. Their clothes were too neat. Dark slacks, collared shirts, no badges. You couldn't look them in the eye because of their glasses. No uniform, really. Who were they? I don't know. They spoke to the officers outside first, and when they came in, they spoke to my parents in a tone that was polite and completely immovable. How someone speaks when they're asking questions that they know the answers to. They walked the house. They stood in the hallway under the attic hatch for several minutes. They went outside and were out there for a long time. Eventually, one of them came in to my parents, said that our family should plan to stay somewhere else that night. He used the word precautionary. He said it twice. My dad asked why, and the man said that they wanted to take a look at the property, and it would be easier without the family present, and that we'd be able to return the following day. He said a nearby motel would be covered, as if they were a reasonable sentence to say to a family standing in their own home at midnight. My dad is not a man who backs down easily. I watched him look at this man for a long moment. Then he went and got our overnight bags. We drove to the motel in silence. Casey fell asleep in the back seat almost immediately. I watched the desert out the window and didn't sleep for a long time. We were back home by noon the next day. The house was exactly how we'd left it. Nothing visibly disturbed. Nothing obviously searched. Nothing missing that we ever identified. The attic was just the attic. Boxes, decorations. My parents walked every room. My dad went up to the attic, stood there for several minutes and came back down and didn't say what he was looking for or whether he found it. But I don't think he did. We never received any follow-up. No phone call, no visit, no documentation of any kind. As far as any official record is concerned, I don't believe that night exists anywhere. But here's what I haven't told you yet. Something that all 5 of us saw. When the men in the dark SUV had been there for maybe 40 minutes, while we were still waiting to be told to leave, while my parents were talking to one of the officers near the front door, the blue light came back. All of us outside at that moment turned toward the desert at the same time. It rose from the ground, maybe a half-mile out, maybe less. It wasn't a gradual lift. It was on the ground and then it was moving, straight up, accelerating in a way that felt like a violation of something, like watching a movie played at the wrong speed. It was the same blue-white light that came before. Beneath it for just a moment before it cleared the ground, I could see a shape. Dark against the light, flat at the bottom. No wings, no lights. Not beyond what it was emanating. It was there and then it was gone. Its arrival had been much longer. The departure, short, quick. I looked at all of the adults' faces. The men in the dark slacks. Their faces gave nothing. One of them said something quickly to another. Whatever they were and whatever they knew, they'd seen this before. My dad brought that up last Thanksgiving. He still does. Every year or so, unprompted, usually when there's a quiet moment and the right people are in the room. All I want to be clear about is that my dad, he's a natural storyteller, always has been. He tells that night the way that he tells any good story. with timing and detail and the right pauses in the right places, and people lean in every time. He's made peace with it in a way that lets him own it. The blue light, the attic, the men in the dark slacks. In his hands, it's extraordinary. Something that happened to him, and he survived and carries well. I've never really been able to tell it that way. Maybe because I was 13 and he was an adult, we were simply experiencing different nights, different capacities. I don't know, but it could be the figures that Casey and I saw. Something that he didn't necessarily have to wrap his brain around. Not a memory for him. Not part of his story. Just ours. In high school, I was babysitting for a single mom and her 2 kids. It was the middle of winter, and when I arrived, it was already pitch black out, like 6 p.m. She lived in a duplex. While I was standing in the living room with her and her girls talking about how the rest of the night would go, a little boy in full snow gear came through her front door. He stomped through the living room past us, headed down the stairs to the basement. The mom never even looked at him or stopped talking. The girls didn't make any acknowledgement that they saw him. I was super weirded out, but I was also an extremely introverted teenager, so I didn't ask the mom what was up. Just assumed I'm watching another kid. Once the mom left, I asked the girls who the little boy was that came in, and they both said that they had no idea what I was talking about. So I got brave and grabbed a broom and headed downstairs. It was a small, unfinished basement. One single room with no closets or anything. No one was down there. The little boy definitely had not come back upstairs in that time. It was so weird, and the only time that I've ever truly believed I experienced something paranormal. I normally scoff at ghost stories and stuff, but I had a hard time scoffing this one off. The house I grew up in was haunted. The way it was laid out, I could see my bedroom down the hall and into the living room. My parents' bedroom door was on the other side of the living room, directly across from my door. Late at night, I would hear someone pacing circles in the living room, but I was the only one awake in the house. We didn't have pets. I never said anything because I didn't want the family to think I was nuts. Eventually, I moved out and went to college. After I graduated, I was in a rough spot, financially. My parents had bought a new house. The old one was still empty. They were considering getting renters. They offered it to me to stay for a while. I said no, I didn't want to move in. Mom asked why. I finally gave in and told her that I thought there was a ghost. My mom froze, turned to look at me, and was like, "You hear her too." Turns out she'd also heard it for years and also seen something, but she didn't say anything for the same reason. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some shit, but one of the most terror-inspiring things I've seen are what can happen with some of those loose logs from a logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet into the air. No biggie. Shows up on radar, easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so. It rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by wind and waves, and it looks quite menacing, like giant spears. Now put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes, out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths, waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes. when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It's a genuinely terrifying sight, rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen two in one season. It's just such a random terror that has the opportunity to fuck your shit up in a particularly terrifying way. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower. Probably because it related to my situation so incredibly I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, "This too shall pass." I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't. And then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. And that too, this place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup, and when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past. That was weird. Before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand washing station. The new sinks are motion censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, the little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, fuck it. That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me, and I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. Weird things happen in my house sometimes. Little noises, misplaced objects, the occasional creak in the floorboards when no one's walking. Nothing I've ever been too concerned about. My husband is a hardcore skeptic, so that helps. The type to immediately debunk anything strange, so whenever something does happen, he usually has an explanation before I can finish my sentence. But this time, he didn't. It was late, past midnight. I was winding down on the couch watching TV. My husband had fallen asleep beside me, lightly snoring. The house was quiet aside from the low hum of the show playing in the background. And that's when I heard voices. Not just a sound, not just a random noise. 3 distinct men, separate voices, having a full-blown conversation. Their voices were low and muffled, but constant, like they were standing just outside my back door. I immediately paused the TV. The voices didn't stop. My first thought was that someone was outside, maybe on the patio or near the driveway. My husband and I live in a quiet area, so hearing people talking outside this late was unusual. I got up, crept to the back door, and peered outside. No one, no movement, no wind, just the dark outline of our yard stretching into the night. I hesitated for a second. I shook it off and went back to the couch. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I misheard. I turned the TV back on and I tried to relax. But then, the voices started again. I paused the TV immediately. This time, I really listened. The voices weren't coming from outside. They were coming from inside the house. More specifically, from the oil tank room. Now, our oil tank room is an unfurnished concrete space in the basement. There's no reason anyone would be in there. No vents or pipes that carry outside noise inside. Just solid walls, cold floors, and an empty space where the tank sits. But I was clearly hearing someone there. Someone's. I shook my husband awake, whispering, "Do you hear that?" He groggily sat up, frowning at me, and then he stopped. His expression changed. "Yeah," he muttered. "What the hell is that?" For once, he didn't have an explanation. No, it's just the house settling, or probably a radio from next door. He just sat there, listening with me, both of us frozen. The voices continued, low and constant. We couldn't make out the words, but we knew they were talking. I wasn't about to go look, neither was he. So we just sat there, listening, until finally, about 15 minutes later, the voices faded, just gone, as if they'd never been there. After that, we just went to bed, pretending nothing had happened. We haven't talked about it since because it's never happened again, but I haven't sat in the living room alone at night since. This happened today, and I need to get it out while it's fresh because I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. I was home with my daughter, just a normal afternoon. She was in her room and I was folding laundry and not thinking about much. Then, out of nowhere, I heard my husband yell my name, angry, like I'd done something to piss him off. It stopped me cold. He wasn't supposed to be home yet, and he would never speak like that in front of our daughter. Before I could even move, my daughter came out of her room. She didn't say anything, just stood there, fidgeting, eyes darting between me and the direction of the voice, and I could tell that she was nervous, waiting for me to explain it. I grabbed my phone and called my husband. He picked up after a few rings. "Are you home?" I asked. "No," he said. "I'm still at work. Why?" I didn't know what to say. I just stood there, listening to how wrong the silence felt. The thing is, this isn't the first time. For months now, I've been hearing my husband's voice when he's not home. Sometimes it's distant, like he's talking in another room. Sometimes he calls my name, like he did today, but in a normal tone. The first few times, I brushed it off. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just used to the sound of his voice and my brain was filling in the silence. But this time was different. This time, my daughter heard it too. Now I don't really know what's worse. The fact that there's something in this house that's mimicking my husband's voice, or the fact that it's getting bolder, angrier. Growing up, I lived in a town with a sewer system, kind of like the one from It. Obviously not quite as elaborate or glamorous. The smell is something I'll never forget, but when you're kids looking for privacy, certain allowances are permissible. Me and a few friends would go through one of the bigger tunnels to just hang out and smoke. It led to a large open area, one that was big enough for some folding chairs and a broken table. There were other tunnels leading to other rooms, but we never thought about where they led. It was filthy enough where we were, and trudging through sewer water isn't something on our bucket list. Then my friend Holly brought her boyfriend Steve to our spot. We were 13 or 14 at that point. The next day, he brought a couple of friends and the boys took over. They wanted to see where the other tunnels went. Smell be damned. One Saturday morning, 5 of us met up with a single flashlight, bags full of snacks like we were going on an extended hike. In reality, several tunnels were too small or flooded to go through, but we found another service tunnel with a little walkway path. We followed that for a bit. Once we got further in, there were tons of directions that we could go and tucked off areas with some kind of service equipment. We were taking a break and eating some snack bars when the flashlight died. We'd been wandering around for close to an hour, and now it was pitch black. There was a brief chaos while blame was being passed around, but eventually we had to actually try to get out. We ended up forming a single file line with Steve in the front and Brady at the end. Everyone held onto the shirt of the person in front of them, while Steve waved his arms and tried not to walk us into a wall. The way we had to move, there was no telling how far we'd gone, or if we were even going in the right direction. Sometimes we'd hit a dead end and have to turn around, so we could have been going in circles and never known it. It felt like we were just going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We walked through gravel for a while, and most of us were positive we hadn't passed any of that on the way in. But Steve and Holly thought we had. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Brady yelled. It felt like an hour, but probably less. Brady said a hand had touched his shoulder, and he started pushing past the rest of us. Most of us fell while he ran straight into a wall and busted his nose. There was total chaos for several minutes while we all panicked. We knew it wasn't a joke, but we hoped that he'd imagined it. More than once I thought I'd heard whispering, but that could have been running water or anything. At least that's what I tell myself. When nothing else happened for several minutes, we calmed down enough to find each other and reform our line. We were covered in grime now, so our moods had significantly worsened, and we began to argue. Once again, we were turned around, no clue which way we were going before the chaos. We walked in a random direction for another chunk of time. Now Brady was in front and Steve was in the back, but Holly was the one to scream. She was holding onto the back of my shirt and pulled me down with her as she fell. She thought Steve shoved her, but he swore he hadn't, and we believed him. Even Holly admitted that he hadn't let go of her shirt beforehand, and he was in enough trouble with her as it was. None of us were trying to drag out this experience. Before we could calm down and regroup again, a distant cackling laughter echoed around us. It couldn't have been anyone in our group. It was too far away. That's when the real panic hit. We screamed and ran. I heard the others grunt and groan as they slammed into walls. I somehow avoided smashing my face, but I fell several times, and I could feel open wounds on my knees and palms. I was crying so loud I didn't even notice when I stopped hearing the others. One minute we were all screaming, and the next, I was alone in silence. That was it for me. I sat against a wall and waited to die. I just couldn't move anymore. A long time had passed. I heard more of that cackling laughter, followed by footsteps coming closer and closer, but I was frozen in place. When the footsteps were within a few feet from me, they stopped. I thought someone was standing right in front of me, but everything was just black. I never heard the footsteps leave, but I did hear more whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but there were at least two voices. I think they were female, but I can't be sure. To this day, I've never felt terror like that again. I kept hearing things that way for several hours until there were suddenly louder voices, and these were calling my name, and Brady and Holly's. I was so paranoid by then, I thought it was a trap. What kind of trap, I don't even know. I imagined crazed homeless people, ghosts, demons, every horror movie I'd ever seen, including it. And then I saw a light. It was getting closer, and there were 3 actual live people with real lights. It hurt my eyes a lot, but I didn't care. It was light, and they were regular people. It was a search team. Somehow, Steve and our other friend Jamie had stayed together and made it out. They sent help back for the rest of us. They found Holly first. She was closest to the entrance. They didn't find Brady for another half an hour after I was rescued. He had found his way to a closed tunnel that the first search team couldn't even fit through, so they had to send smaller people. Holly and I were dehydrated and in shock, but we were okay to go home. Brady had deep claw marks on his arms and back. He had to go to the ER and was in psychiatric care for several weeks. Holly didn't experience anything weird, but Brady said something attacked him. The doctor said that he must have stumbled into a bobcat's den, but Brady swears it wasn't a cat. He said it latched onto his back at one point, and he reached back to feel something cold and scaly. We didn't try to tell anyone. They would have just said that we were scared kids that freaked out. You'll probably think that too. But we didn't even believe in that kind of stuff. We were terrified of starving to death in the dark. Absolutely. But none of us even considered that there was something else down there too. That shit hit out of nowhere. So yeah, believe it or don't, but fuck sewers. One night I was driving home at around 2 a.m., and this tiny, tiny white creature, probably as tall as a Pringles can, though maybe a bit smaller, walked across the road in front of my car. I couldn't believe what I saw, so I called my then boyfriend and frantically described the creature. He told me that sounded like a Fresno nightcrawler. When I got home and looked it up, that's exactly what it looked like. I'd never even heard about them before. I don't live in California, not even close. I still have no clue what it was. Some more details about what I saw, because I hadn't thought about this for a while, but now it's coming back to me. The bottoms of its legs ended in what looked like flowing bits or ribbons, and it was almost translucent. I could almost see the road through the creature. It walked at a kind of jaunty pace, like a person might walk. The best way to describe it is like a super steppy walk that the dwarves would sometimes do in Snow White, or Mickey Mouse does sometimes. I slowed my car down, but was afraid to stop it completely, and the thing disappeared as my car went through it. Honestly, it was so fucking cute, I wasn't even scared. But I was a little shaken up having seen something like this. I was 22 when I saw something I can't explain. I've kept it to myself for years, but I still think about it almost every day. At the time, I lived in a tiny studio apartment in a rundown building downtown. The place had paper-thin walls, flickering fluorescent lights in the hallways, and a weird draft that I could never quite pinpoint. It was late, past midnight, and I'd been up writing. I just started my first book and was making decent progress. But that night, the words weren't coming. I was tired, frustrated, and decided to take a break. I stepped outside into the narrow alleyway behind my building. It wasn't much of a view, just a brick wall and a few dumpsters, but it was quiet. I lit a cigarette and stared at the ground, trying to clear my mind. And that's when I heard something rustling in the shadows near the dumpsters. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or a stray cat. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark and muttering something like, "Hey, shoo." But whatever it was didn't run. Instead, the rustling stopped, and that's when I saw it. It was crouched low, its skin pale, almost translucent, like it hadn't seen sunlight in years. Its body was wiry and twisted, with limbs too long for its frame. I was blinking profusely, trying to figure out if I was really seeing this thing. And then I saw its eyes, large and reflective, catching the faint light of a nearby street lamp. And then a smile. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The thing tilted its head, like it was studying me. I watched it crawl towards me, its movements jerky, unnatural, like it was trying to mimic how a person might move, but it just didn't quite know how to do that. I stumbled back, dropping my cigarette. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. It got within a few feet of me, close enough that I could see that it was real, and close enough to see the way its ribs jutted out from its chest. And then it stopped. It stared at me for what felt like forever. And then I watched it scurry up the wall beside me, just like that, and faster than anything I'd ever seen. Hands and feet pressed against the brick like some kind of giant insect. It disappeared onto the roof within seconds. And then I was left in the quiet again. I bolted back into my apartment, locking the door and shoving a chair under the handle for good measure. I sat there with my back against the wall, shaking, until the sun came up. I didn't sleep for days. To this day, I have no idea what I saw. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times, trying to rationalize it. A hallucination from too much caffeine, a dream I mistook for reality. But it felt real, the way it looked. the sounds it made, the way it moved, and I can't shake it. I moved out of that building a year later, but no amount of distance has ever made me feel fully safe from whatever it was. My friend used to be a janitor at a university. One night, he's finishing cleaning up the bathrooms and he's just about to leave. He hears one of the toilets flush. He tries to think nothing much of it and continues on working. About 30 minutes later, he's closing up one of the classrooms and he notices something from the corner of his eye. Looks like someone walking across the hall, going from one room quickly to another. He goes over and checks the rooms just to make sure nobody was breaking in. And of course, they're empty. He's been working there for years, so he just moves on. As he walks back past the bathroom again, he hears a loud slam coming from inside, like someone slamming the stall. He then hears the bathroom flush one more time. The brave guy goes back in there to see what's up, and of course, it's empty. Way later on, as his shift finishes, he walks to the lot where his car is. He feels like something's watching him. He turns around to check, and he swears he saw some sort of figure in the distance quickly hide away. He worked there for another few years, but oddly enough, that was his only story. I'm not putting my experience on the airline company at all. It just so happened that my first ghost sighting happened on a flight over the Pacific from Honolulu back to Arizona in 2023. I couldn't tell you if it was a real Casper that I'd spoken to or some sort of time slip anomaly that briefly affected one specific person on the other side of wherever they came from. I'm not sure. But I'm also not alone in this either. There were, I think, 5 actual passengers and at least one airline attendant who saw the same thing. It was a red-eye flight, and because the flight was so empty, they had all of us hang out in first class. Whoever was in charge ruled it would be easier to service us if we weren't spread out throughout the plane. Nobody complained about that. We all appreciated the bigger seats and legroom because we'd all planned on getting some shut-eye before we touched down in Tucson. The plane departed with ease and we'd reached the altitude where the planes level out and the red seatbelt lights come off. Besides a few whispers from the passengers who'd come together, the rest of the cabin was relatively quiet. Then, we all started hearing a man's voice saying, "Hello? Hello?" Each sounding more panicked than the last. It sounded like it was coming from behind us in the empty business class area. A few of the passengers exchanged eye contact like, "That's not our problem, right?" We all hear this loud boom of what I thought could have been silverware, dishes, cups, like a snack cart being tipped over. That got the attention of the flight attendant at the front. She stood up, with a puzzled gaze looking behind us, staring at the thin veil separating first class from business class. Not trying to be nosy, I didn't turn around in my seat. I watched the flight attendant's expression change from curiosity to trepidation when we heard someone running toward the first class from behind. When you think about it, people don't really run on planes. The thud of the motion shook the floor. The closer they got, the higher our flight attendant's eyebrows got. Though I was sitting up front, the seat I chose was closer to the back closest among the passengers, to the curtain divider. And when I saw the only person on the plane that should know what was going on, clearly not know what was charging us, I noticed. I thought it was best that I do get a bit nosy and turn around on the off chance that it was something crazy, and I could provide myself a fraction of a second to, well, I actually didn't know. Not many places you can go when you're condensed in a tube flying 30,000 miles in the sky. I'll admit that my heart skipped a beat or two when the floral curtain was suddenly pushed to the side, revealing a large man with black-rimmed glasses and black hair. It looked like he worked for the airline. He was sweating, clearly in crisis as he swiveled his head back and forth at us. He screamed, "What's happening right now?" Being nearest to his inquiry, I responded with, "What do you mean?" The man looks directly at me and says, "The sun went out, and everybody's gone." He dives into the seat behind me and says, "Look, outside. Where'd the sun go?" He gets back to his feet, standing in the aisle again, and says, "Everybody just disappeared." The flight attendant approaches the man, asking him to sit and calm down, but the sight of her seemed to escalate him even more. He looked at her like she was contagious. He started sucking in air really fast and asked, "Who the hell are you?" The woman slowly raises her hand in an unconscious defensive posture, and the man began to pedal backward toward the curtain. He tried to ask her again who she was, but mid-sentence, he grabs his chest, and the last few words come out like a growl as I watch his legs wobble, and he stumbles backwards, falling through the curtain, tearing it off the metal bar and draping it on himself as he went down. The passengers, myself included, remained seated and watched the horrified flight attendant chase after the large man. She picks up the curtain, and some of the metal connection rings, they fall to the floor. And what she says next is probably the most unsettling thing exclaimed on that plane ride. And she didn't even necessarily say it to any of us. After she lifted up the curtain, she almost immediately drops it again and claims, "That's not possible." Then she takes a couple more hesitation shuffles into business class saying, "Sir? Hello?" After no reply was heard, she did a slow jog back toward the cockpit where she opened and shut the door behind her. A few minutes later, the seatbelt lights came back on and one of the co-pilots joined the attendant. Both of them searched the flight with no success. After a while, the pilot came back into the cockpit. The flight attendant found her seat again, and the seatbelt light once again faded to black. Everyone exchanged glances, but we all had the same bewildered facial expressions. There were still hours left in the sky, and we spent them in silence. I stuck around a little bit after we got off the plane to see if any medics climbed on board. But soon, even the pilots exited, and everyone went in separate directions, back to their normal lives. I was excited to do that too, grateful to be home, but I couldn't get the large man's disturbance out of my mind. I waited a few days before going online and searching for any information that I could have possibly found. There was no news on the flight that I was on, but in my research, I did accidentally stumble upon something that answered my question, while opening up a whole other can of worms, of course, because I'd find a picture of the large man. Without any doubt, the picture I found was the man that I saw, but the article was from 2019. A flight attendant named Emil Griffith suffered a fatal heart attack mid-flight while flying over the Pacific from Honolulu to New York. The crew performed CPR for hours before the plane had an emergency diversion in San Francisco, where he was pronounced deceased. The article didn't mention anything anomalous that occurred leading up to the tragic heart attack, but I've always wondered if the other handful of passengers on that flight with me did their own research and found this guy's picture. He had a warm smile that was understandably absent when we met. I've even considered reaching out to his family and then thought to myself how insane that phone call would sound with no real substance. So, I'm sharing it here. A few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments, over 100 years old. creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, and down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. "Hey, were you guys being super quiet or..." "What? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home." His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. "I'm staying at your place." I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. I live in a small 1850s stone cottage in rural Vermont. When I bought this place, the previous owner just shrugged when I asked about local history. "Quiet place," he said. "Maybe too quiet." I should have asked what he meant by that. The weirdness started about 3 months after I'd already moved in. Every night, without fail, between 12:30 and 1 a.m., I would hear specific, methodical sounds outside my bedroom window. Sh-clunk, sh-clunk, sh-clunk. It's the sound of rocky soil, followed by the soft sound of that soil being deposited somewhere else. It's digging. Someone is out there, quietly working the ground beneath my window well. The first time I thought it was a neighbor. I threw on a robe and I grabbed my phone and a flashlight, and I practically sprinted outside. Of course, there was no one there. The grass was still wet with dew, not a single footprint or disturbed patch in sight. I chalked it up to an animal, or maybe the house settling in a strange way that I was about to learn about. It was maybe amplifying sounds from far off. But it kept happening, every single night. Sh-clunk, sh-clunk. Always for about 30 minutes, and then quiet. I started leaving the outside light on, hoping it would deter whoever, whatever it was. It made absolutely no difference. The light would be blazing, illuminating the small flower bed beneath the window, and I'd still hear the rhythmic digging, coming from the exact spot where I could clearly see nothing was happening. Last week, I got brave or stupid, depending how you look at it. The sound started, and I sat up in bed, listening. When the sound was midway through a sh-clunk, I whipped the curtain back and peered out. I didn't see anything physical. There was no shape, no shadow. But for a split second, I saw a depression in the wet grass where the spade was supposed to be sinking. and a tiny shower of dirt seemed to leap up and immediately dissipate, right where the clunk sound was centered. It was like watching the perfect impression of a ghost doing something, but the ghost itself was invisible. It stopped on schedule, 1 a.m., silent as the grave. I realized that whatever it is, it's not interactive. It's just a broken recording, stuck digging forever. I'm technically used to it now. It's just the midnight gardener doing his thing. The only thing I can't figure out is what he's still trying to plant, or maybe what he's trying to hide. My old cottage just has a persistent, silent visitor, and all it does is dig. But why? I was working a shift in the college library on a Friday, a day so slow that the hours usually dragged by. The silence was that thick and undisturbed kind, the one that fills the air when you're nearly alone in a place that usually buzzes with life. I wandered through the aisles doing my usual rounds, and I found myself in the literature section, surrounded by worn spines of classic novels and poetry volumes. As I turned down one of the aisles, I noticed a student sitting cross-legged on the floor, deeply engrossed in a book. At first glance, he seemed out of place, exceptionally well-dressed for a college student. He wasn't wearing the usual jeans and t-shirt. Instead, he had on a perfectly tailored suit, almost old-fashioned, like something out of another era. His clothes were pristine, even polished, which struck me as strange. I approached him, offering a friendly smile. I asked if he needed help finding something. He looked up, his expression warm but slightly distant, as though his mind was somewhere far off. He told me he was searching for a book in German. Intrigued, I asked him which one, and that led us into a fascinating discussion about literature in its original language. He spoke with such depth and understanding, like someone who had spent a lifetime reading and studying. The way he chose his words, so articulate and formal, struck me as unusual, even a bit unsettling for someone his age. But I dismissed the thought. I assumed he was just an exceptionally studious, maybe old-souled young man. We sat there for a while, side by side on the floor, browsing through the sparse selection of German books. The shelves in this section were old, dusty, with only a few German volumes scattered here and there. After a while, I stood up, realizing I had an idea. I remembered another section where he might find more books. I told him to wait and turned to take just a few steps down the aisle. Then, suddenly a strange feeling washed over me. The aisle was silent, empty, eerily so. I spun around expecting to see him sitting there, but he was gone. In those few seconds, he had vanished without a sound. I hadn't even left the aisle yet, and there was no way that he could have slipped past me. I walked to the end of the row, peering around the corner. I even checked the nearby aisles. My heart was thumping a little harder each row that I found. The feeling of unease was growing. It was as though he had simply faded into thin air. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined him? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Later, the story of the library's history crept into my mind. The library was built on the grounds of a turn-of-the-century estate, with a history much older than the college itself. Buried somewhere on the grounds were two young boys, stepchildren of the estate's original owner, both around college age when they died. The thought that I might have encountered one of them sent a chill through my spine, a whisper of something unexplainable and timeless. In my heart, I'm certain of what I saw. That young man, with his polished suit and distant gaze, he hadn't been a student, not in any ordinary sense. I truly believe that I met one of those two boys, someone who'd been dead for over 100 years, lingering just a little longer in the place that was once his home. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically zero. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it. I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her. A young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with two dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement. So I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m., I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open. So is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day, before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. I've been hunting since I was 9. Grew up out in Boone County, Arkansas. My dad taught me how to shoot, how to track, how to gut and clean anything that walks. I've spent more time in the woods than I have in a damn bed, I'm sure. And I don't rattle over every twig snap or shadow. So when I say something wasn't right that morning, I mean it. It was the second week of November, perfect rut timing. I was set up in a tree stand before sunrise, 12-foot ladder blind that I've used for years. Nobody else around. And this is my uncle's land. I know it like the back of my hand. Right before dawn, I started hearing something downwind, not walking, pacing, heavy, and it kept circling. I figured it was a big buck, scent checking the tree line, and then it stopped. I heard this clicking sound, not like antlers, not like a branch, like bone tapping together. That's the closest thing I can describe it to. I raised my rifle and waited. Nothing. Sun finally came up, and that's when I saw it. Across the gully, maybe 30 yards off. A figure. This wasn't an animal. They were standing, not hunched or crouched, standing. But they were 8 feet tall, maybe 9. Long arms, long legs, skin like wet tree bark. It didn't move. It just stared. Even through the scope, I couldn't make out a face. Just these slits where eyes should be. And they glinted, dull like river stones. I should have taken the shot. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe something deeper. Something in my gut said, don't even move or breathe. And then it tilted its head sideways, like a dog trying to hear better. I swear it grinned. And I noticed something else. Everything was real quiet. Like everything had sensed this thing. Even the birds were gone. I didn't climb down. I jumped. I left my rifle in the stand, and I ran straight for the truck. When I came back the next day, broad daylight, I took a couple buddies with me. Everything was normal. My rifle was still there. No tracks, no smell, no sign. But my stand, every rung on the ladder had been twisted, like someone had grabbed it and wrung it like a towel. I don't really hunt alone often anymore. Not out there. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't scared of me. And I've learned, when something in the woods doesn't run from a man with a gun, you run from it. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20-plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew, and the house wouldn't sell. So they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here?" "Yeah." "Okay, have fun." "Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to." "Why not?" "I'm not alone." Every hair on my body stood up. Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy. No, there's someone in here with us. Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid? A grown-up. What are they doing right now? They're watching you. You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot. They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before. Where are they now? Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." And he left the room with me. This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s, and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom, number 1. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the two friends were waking up, and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night, and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. I used to be the only person manning the overnight help desk for an IT company. I would get there just as the last folks were leaving for the night, and I'd have the entire office to myself. After a month or so on the job, I started hearing noises around the office, creaking floors, weird vocalizations, a random guttural gagging sound. At first, I didn't really pay any attention to it. It was an older office, and it made weird noises. But then I noticed that when I'd step out for lunch or use the bathroom, I'd come back and there would be lights on that I didn't turn on, or cabinets opened that I didn't touch. I was 100% sure that some slasher maniac was hiding under a desk, waiting to kill me. Well, it turns out one of our managers was in the middle of moving house, and due to a scheduling conflict, he didn't have a place to live and would be crashing at the office with the door closed. What I was hearing was him trying to sneak around the office without alerting me. And the gagging noises, well, that was him snoring. He was embarrassed by the situation, so he was waiting for me to leave my desk so that he could dash out to grab a drink or some snacks from the supply closet. So yeah, I'm still waiting for my real ghost story.